Chapter 311. As the illusory feeling faded, Klein saw the strange candle in his hand again. He saw its pitch-black wick and pale white flame. The ground, chairs, and candles that had been shattered by the Dawn Paladin had returned to their pre-battle state. There was no sign of any damage. At some point in time, Bishop Utravsky, who had been standing opposite him, had already sat in the first row of chairs. He was hunched forward, his head buried, and his hands were tightly covering his sun acupoints. Drip, drip. Sweat dripped down his face and soaked the ground by his feet. A large patch of the ground there was already wet. Sensing that the strange candle had been extinguished by Klein, Utravsky shuddered violently and raised his head under Klein's gaze. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with tears, and his wrinkled face was crisscrossed with traces of crying. However, his eyes were filled with emotion, joy, and clarity. If this giant bishop was said to be tall and heavy before, then now, all that was left of him was the weight of his body. He no longer had the weight of his mind. At this moment, Klein felt as though he was looking at a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of a new life. The corners of Utravsky's mouth curled up as he smiled benevolently. "You're much stronger than I expected." "No, this is only because I had sufficient understanding beforehand and had made the corresponding preparations. And in the past, not only did you not know what your opponent was good at, you were also greatly weakened. If I were to fight such a battle with you in the real world, I would be considering how to escape," Klein answered frankly. A prepared magician and an unprepared magician are completely different concepts, he silently added in his heart. Bishop Utravsky didn't dwell on this question. His entire body exuded a relaxed air. He said with a relaxed tone, "Thank you, my friend. According to our agreement, I will give you the apothecary formula, as well as a mystical item." As he spoke, he took out an item that looked like a needle, a hose, and a container from the pocket of his brown priest robe. "You have two choices. This is one of them. When I obtained it, I didn't know its name, nor did I think of naming it. You can use it to draw out a tube of blood, your own blood. At a critical moment, you can transfuse it back. This way, your fatigue will disappear, your illnesses and injuries will be alleviated, and your strength, speed, balance, and other aspects will receive a temporary but significant improvement." Bishop Utravsky pointed at the item in his hand. "Then, what about its limitations and hidden dangers?" Klein asked rationally. Father Utravsky looked at the needle and tube with mysterious patterns and explained in detail. "After drawing that tube of blood, you will be weak for a full 12 hours. During these 12 hours, transfusing it back won't produce any effects. Of course, the exact time limit isn't that precise. It depends on your physique and condition. In addition, it's best not to use it too frequently. Don't use it more than once a week. Otherwise, the blood transfused will not only bring you strength, but it will also make you temporarily lose your mind. And drawing blood in short intervals will also make weakness a characteristic of you. Apart from that, there's another problem. Once you carry it around for more than half an hour, you will become a little neurotic." Thankfully, Bishop Utravsky didn't draw his blood beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been able to use it in the past, and my chances of winning would have been very, very low. This was the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind. Then, he frowned slightly, worried about the negative effects of the mystical item. Be it losing one's mind for a short period of time, being weak for 12 hours, or becoming a little neurotic, they were all latent dangers that didn't seem to be too big of a problem. However, having seen rampagers and heard the ravings of evil gods, Klein believed that a Beyonder's mental state was very important. If it was in a trough for a long period of time, or if there were frequent abnormalities, it was quite easy for it to lead to a loss of control. It was the same even if the Beyonder had mastered the acting method. "What's the second choice?" Klein said after 2 seconds of silence. Bishop Utravsky took out an ancient brass key from his other pocket and smiled. "It's called the Master Key. It can help you open all locks that don't contain any mysterious powers, as well as a small number of locks that have Beyonder effects attached to them. And in places without locks or doors, it can still open a passageway that doesn't belong to reality. Haha, the premise is that there aren't any beyond restrictions, and the obstacles aren't too thick. Its spirituality is completely converged. When it's not in use, it's very difficult for beyonders to tell that it's different from ordinary keys. Father Utravsky stood up again, leaving Klein with no choice but to look up at him. This giant bishop took a step forward and came to the wall on the side of the cathedral hall. He pressed the master key against the bricks. With a gentle twist, he felt as if he had entered water. Then, ripples spread out as he passed through the wall and arrived outside. Right on the heels of that, Bishop Utravsky used the same method to return to the cathedral hall, returning to Klein's line of sight. Have you decided on which mystical item to choose? The tall priest asked with his head lowered. Yes, what's the latent danger of the master key? Klein asked after some deliberation. Bishop Utravsky smiled warmly. The person who carries it will occasionally get lost. According to others, it should be random getting lost. Lost. I'm a seer with spiritual intuition. Klein mumbled as he gradually made up his mind. After a few seconds, he said, I want the master key. He didn't want to have any mental problems and accumulate the risk of losing control. What a pity. What I want the most is that strange candle. It's similar to the deepest depths of the soul, the lowest level of the dream. It's equivalent to my home turf. He sighed inwardly. All right. Bishop Utravsky handed the ancient brass key to Klein and exchanged it for the strange candle wrapped in human skin. As Klein examined the mystical item, he pointed behind him and said, The apothecary's formula is in the room. The apothecary's formula is in the room. I'll go get it. You wait here for a while. Klein nodded in response. Taking the opportunity, when Bishop Utravsky's figure disappeared from the hall, he took out a penny and divined if the other party was lying about the master key. After receiving a positive answer, he walked to the wall with a row of candles in front of him and pressed the ancient brass key against the hard barrier. Infusing it with spirituality and twisting the key, Klein's vision suddenly blurred before it became clear. At this moment, there were no longer burning candles, neat chairs, and straight walls in his line of sight. There were only withered grass and some rubbish on the muddy ground. To the side, there was a gas street lamp standing upright. It's really out. Klein nodded with a smile, turned around, and once again used the master key to successfully return to the cathedral hall. After waiting for another 10 seconds, Utravsky walked in with heavy footsteps, holding a roll of yellowish-brown goat skin in his hand. You can seek an appraisal. If there's a problem, I'll always be at the Harvest Church. The giant bishop handed the apothecary formula to Klein. Main ingredients: horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus, 3 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystal. Klein scanned it and replied with a smile. I'll confirm its authenticity. For example, divination above the gray fog. He added inwardly. Bishop Utravsky nodded slightly and didn't say another word. He turned around and walked to the sacred emblem of life of Mother Earth. He stretched out his arms and chanted in a low voice, Thank you, source of life. Praise you, mother of all. Klein put away the master key and the apothecary formula. And after Utravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, That's right. After Utravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, Could it be that my arrival was arranged by Mother Earth? Otherwise, why are you thanking her? Klein, a fake believer of the Evernight goddess, clicked his tongue inwardly. Yes, all of this was arranged by Mother Earth. Otherwise, the matter of me seeking help wouldn't have reached your ears. I wouldn't have come to Bakeland, nor would I have obtained that mental terror candle. Bishop Utravsky said with a gentle smile, without a hint of anger. A complete and self-consistent believer's logic, but Klein suddenly felt that he couldn't communicate with him. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Thank you for your generosity. It's time for me to bid you farewell. He straightened his body and quickly retreated, quickly disappearing from the cathedral hall and into Rose Street. 10 minutes later, he saw the golden outer wall of the Harvest Church from another direction. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Will I not be able to return without divination? He muttered to himself. He really wanted to stubbornly rely on himself to overcome the matter of being lost. However, his hands were faster than his voice. He had already snapped off the branches of the trees and made them into a makeshift dowsing rod. The dowsing rod technique could search for people, objects, and directions. This time, Klein finally returned home successfully. He went above the gray fog to confirm the authenticity of the formula and the latent dangers of the master key. The next day, which was Sunday morning, after waking up and having breakfast, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Eichinger Stanton. He asked him to get the police department's help to confirm the current situation of the suspects in the serial murders from 4 years ago. The targets were single prostitutes with a child. After folding the letter and stuffing it into an envelope, Klein stuck a black stamp with a penny on it. He put on his clothes, took his hat and cane, and walked out of his house, preparing to send it to the mailbox at the end of the street. At that moment, he saw Mrs. Stellan Sammer from next door come out dressed up with her husband, Mr. Luke. A rental carriage was already parked in front of their door. "Good morning. Coming to the banquet so early?" Klein asked in surprise. Luke chuckled. "It's not really a banquet. It's more of a helping hand." Mrs. Stellan raised her chin slightly and added, "Mary has successfully entered the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council." Mary has successfully joined the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be a grand ball tonight. We have to go and help in advance. Mrs. Mary's hopes have been fulfilled? Impressive. Klein sighed and said with a smile, "That's right. Please congratulate Mrs. Mary on my behalf." Luke Sammer nodded. "You haven't seen this morning's newspaper, right? All the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council have been published." Chapter 312. Sir Deschamps? Mr. Hibbert Hall? Who are these people? I don't know them at all. Klein pretended not to have any doubts and said, half-jokingly, "I hope they can bring blue skies and sunlight to Bakeland." Yes, although it's everyone's freedom to burn anything in their fireplace, and it's a right granted by the law, blue skies and sunlight are more desirable things. Luke Sammer, a member of the Soot Reduction Association, echoed with a sigh and pointed to the rented carriage. "We should head over. Mary is in desperate need of some help." Stellan Sammer pretended to be reserved and added, "Perhaps there will be members of Parliament attending the banquet. Perhaps a member of Parliament will attend the banquet. The Backland region or the kingdom. I can imagine how grand this banquet will be." Klein politely complimented as he watched the Sammers get into the carriage and leave. Just as he turned around and was about to head for the mailbox at the end of the street, a postman in a dark green uniform arrived in a carriage and delivered a letter to the mailbox at his door. "My letter?" Klein took out a bunch of keys and casually chose the one with an ancient design and a luster that was almost brass. "Gotcha." The master key easily opened the mailbox. "I can only bring this key when I go out in the future," Klein mumbled as he took out the newspaper he had subscribed to and the letter from before. This letter was from Eichinger Stanton. Yesterday, he had also flipped through the old, unsolved serial murder cases and picked out the most suspicious ones. Through the police department, he had preliminarily confirmed the current situation of the corresponding suspects. Therefore, he wrote to Klein, Kaslana, and other private detectives who were interested in this direction to share his findings. This included the 2 cases that Klein had paid attention to. Famous detectives think alike. "I wrote the letter for nothing." Klein mocked himself and returned to the living room. According to Eichinger's description, many people had been investigated for the random murder of the late returnees, but they had never been able to lock onto the suspect. After so many years, it was already very difficult and hopeless to find new clues. Among the 4 suspects in the other case, one of them was a teenager whose mother was also a victim. She was a prostitute, single, and had only one child. He had been abused by his mother, and he was the police's first suspect. However, less than half a year after the case, he was seriously injured in a gang fight in the East Side and died in the surgery room of the charity hospital. His body was burned to ashes and buried in the cemetery. In this way, it was impossible for him to be related to the current serial murder case. If it wasn't cremated, I would definitely dig up the grave to confirm it. Klein seriously considered the possibility of the corpse coming back to life. Of the remaining 3 suspects, one had moved several times in the past few years, and the police had lost track of his situation. They needed more time to track him down. One had gone through bankruptcy and moved from Northborough to Eastborough. The other had maintained his original state and was still running a grocery store on the same street. Klein took out another piece of paper and first described the corresponding situation. Then he asked the recipient to secretly observe the two suspects who had specific addresses. He emphasized, there are two suspects in this case. He emphasized, the murderers of serial murder cases are cruel, vicious, and aggressive. Please be careful and don't get too close to them. Observe them like you're just an ordinary neighbor. The information I need is their recent mental state, such as whether they're irritable, like to lock themselves in their rooms, rarely communicate with others, and whether they have beaten others. This was also the information he had obtained from the Sun. After every murder, the devil would follow the requirements of the ritual and eat the victim's internal organs. It would remain in a state of bloodthirsty mania, wanting to harm others until a new victim appeared. After emphasizing the need to pay attention to their own safety, Klein folded the letter, stuffed it into a new envelope, and stuck a black stamp on the surface. Then, he wrote down the name of the recipient, Detective Stewart. In Empress Borough, Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Susie was sprawled in a corner of the study, observing her surroundings in a seemingly bored manner. Earl of Hall, whose belly was bulging, took a puff of his pipe and said to the eldest son in front of him, Hibbert, do you know why I insisted on letting you enter the National Atmospheric Pollution Council? Hibbert Hall had already thought about it and replied, do you wish to influence the formulation of the relevant laws and policies? No. Although I'm the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, I don't care too much about this problem. I've long been urging them to make the corresponding adjustments. Tackling air pollution is the trend of the future. I have no doubt about this. Hibbert, although our family has a fixed seat in the House of Lords, and you'll become a member of the House of Lords sooner or later, other than people with special statuses like the Speaker, why do some nobles have greater influence as members of the House of Lords? Hibbert thought for a moment. Title, wealth, business status, and relationships in the government and the military? People will always trust those who have rich experience and have participated in many things. If you want to make a difference in politics in the future, apart from inheriting a seat, you have to try your best to participate in all kinds of matters and show the corresponding abilities. Gradually, you have to be active in the eyes of the various members of Parliament and ministers, slowly making them feel that you're trustworthy. This is the influence that comes from you. Hibbert, take a look at the Republic of Intis and the current situation of their nobles. You should understand that with the passage of time and the development of society, the privileges on the surface will be weakened. The title of nobility will become less and less important. It will only be a title of honor. Status in the business field and your own influence are what you should pay attention to, Earl of Hall explained in detail. What if I encounter something I'm not good at? Hibbert pondered, then pretend that you can handle it. Don't worry about wasting money. Build a professional team and listen to their opinions before making a decision. Everyone has many areas they aren't good at. Only money is omnipotent, Earl of Hall pointed out. Hibbert replied in enlightenment. I understand. I understand, father. At this moment, Susie yawned in boredom. When everything was over, it slipped into Audrey's studio and repeated everything it had heard. In the end, it muttered, I'm sorry. Finally, it mumbled, I have no idea what they're talking about. Audrey listened thoughtfully and smiled faintly. It's a good thing, so that you don't have to smell those pungent odors. Is that so? Susie asked, not fully understanding. Audrey didn't answer it, as she thought of something else. She originally planned on secretly guiding the members of Parliament to pay attention to the terrible situation in East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area, but in the last two social gatherings, she realized that she couldn't find an opportunity. The nobles, the members of Parliament, and the senior government employees wouldn't talk about such topics at all. She couldn't guide them, even if she wanted to. It was Monday afternoon again. Klein leisurely returned to 15 Minsk Street from the Quelite Club. As Stewart hadn't given him the results of the preliminary investigation, and he couldn't find anyone to groom as an apothecary for the time being, he didn't have anything to do yesterday and today. He went to the Quelite Club to practice shooting, read, and scrounge a meal. In the process, he got to know many of the club's members. This is the source of future business. Klein sighed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He made all sorts of preparations step by step. First, he conjured the fake world and familiarized himself with the control techniques of the all-black eye. Then, he sent a message to Sun that the tarot gathering was about to begin. After doing all of this, Klein waited for 3 o'clock to arrive before reaching out to touch the corresponding crimson stars of each member. After establishing a stable connection, the magicians also had their own illusory star. Fur's Wall found an excuse to focus on her work and sent Zio away. At that moment, her vision blurred as she saw the grayish-white fog instantly surge out. In the blink of an eye, she found herself above the mysterious and deep gray fog. She was inside the majestic palace, and in front of her was an ancient mottled bronze table. Around her, there were blurry figures shrouded in fog that were difficult to see. Many figures? One figure after another. These are the members of the gathering that Mr. Fool mentioned. Furs watched all of this cautiously, feeling that the members who could participate in such a secret gathering were all very, very powerful beyonders. Except for me, she thought guiltily and fearfully. However, from another perspective, if a Sequence 9 like me can join, the other members might not necessarily be very powerful. The requirement for this gathering is clearly not to be powerful, but to establish a connection with Mr. Fool for some reason. Furs quickly denied her previous judgment and relaxed a little. At the same time, Audrey also discovered that there was a newcomer at today's gathering. A female, Zio or Furs. Has she passed the test? Or is it someone else? Audrey almost forgot to greet Mr. Fool. She only wanted to carefully observe the characteristics of the new member. No matter how blurry her figure was, she could still make out her hair color and outline, as well as her accent and habitual language. I have to take note as well. Mr. the Hanging Man was the first to confirm that I'm a noble for my special pronunciation of certain words and my habit of using certain special words. Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and said to Klein at the end of the long bronze table, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After greeting them, she didn't hide her curiosity. She glanced at the new member in the same row as her and asked with a smile. Chapter 313. Klein sat leisurely in the Fool's seat and looked around. "This is Miss Magician. She's our new member," Marlene said. Following that, he looked at Furs and introduced them one by one. "This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. the Hanging Man." As Furs matched the code names to the characters and nodded in greeting, she observed the members. Miss Justice is a blonde lady who looks very young. Her sitting posture is rather elegant. Mr. the Hanging Man has dark blue hair that's as messy as seaweed. He doesn't have a well-built body, and although he doesn't like to speak, one would feel uneasy under his gaze. He's likely the leader of some faction. Mr. Sun seems to be just a youth. He's very quiet and reserved. Apart from that, there's nothing else about him. Perhaps he's as weak as me. Mr. World's gaze is very cold and rather gloomy. It's obvious that he's not someone to be trifled with. Miss Author, who has written a best-selling novel, is displaying her talents to the fullest. While she was looking at the other members were also looking. Among them, Audrey was the one who looked the most attentively. Miss Zio can't be ruled out from her figure. Brown hair, slightly curly. That's my Furs, right? For the time being, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool has pulled someone else. The pronunciation and mouth shape are identical. It's a Bakelin accent. The aura and the color of her emotions are also very consistent. It's unlikely that Mr. Fool would specially forge an image for a member, right? There's no need for he to hide anything. In just a few seconds of sizing up, Audrey had almost overlapped the blurry figure with the image of Furs in her mind. If I can find a fulcrum in other aspects, I'll basically be certain. She waited with interest to verify her beyond her powers. At the same time, she felt that there was no need for her to expose her identity to Furs. It's better to keep some secrets. Let's see when she discovers it. Audrey retracted her gaze and watched quietly with a faint smile on her face. At this moment, as there were no new Roselle diary entries, Klein-controlled world to speak. I want to know about the two sequences, Devil and Guardian. He was certain that Sun knew the details of Sequence 6 Devil. This was because he had previously mentioned demonology, and in order to not expose that he was investigating the serial murders, he had deliberately added the God of Combat Pathway's Sequence 5 Guardian. This pathway was also known as the Giant Pathway, and it was the mainstream path of the City of Silver's Beyonders. It was impossible for Sun not to know about it. Among them, Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master had long been grasped by Klein from the Nighthawk's internal information. As for Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, he had just learned about it from Father Utravsky. Therefore, the only ones he could ask and pay were the ones who wouldn't be wasted. All that was left was Sequence 5 Guardian. In addition, he didn't directly ask Sunday. Instead, he issued this request to everyone. This was because, according to the settings, it was impossible for the world, who had just joined the Tarot, to know that the City of Silver controlled the Giant Pathway. If it's just the Devil sequence, I have some understanding of the situation. The hanging man Alger, who had a certain status in the Church of the Storm, interjected. Derek Burr glanced at him and stopped thinking. He straightened his back and said, "That's right." He straightened his back and said, "I know these two sequences very well. The reward I want is information related to the fallen creator. Whether the two pieces of information are equivalent will be determined by Mr. Fool." At this point, he remembered that he hadn't sought Mr. Fool's approval. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the seat of honor and respectfully made a request. "Son, you can't blame me for this. You requested this yourself." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he chuckled. "Sure, and when it comes to understanding the true creator, none of the ladies and gentlemen here are as good as I am," he added confidently in his heart. While they were discussing this matter, the magician's Furs, who was listening at the side, was stunned. "The Devil sequence is from the Devil Pathway? What's the sequence? Which pathway is the Guardian from? What's the sequence? How come I've never heard of it? Fallen creator, the true creator? God, they actually want to exchange information on the true creator that is known as the oldest and most powerful existence among the gods. What kind of organization did I join?" The world, who had received the fool's affirmation, didn't hesitate to say, "That's right. Deal. I would like to request a private exchange. I really want to hear it, but I have to be frugal. There are still 2 more months until the new year. Bear with it, Audrey." Audrey blinked and reluctantly retracted her gaze from Sunday. Their vision, hearing, and spiritual intuition were immediately blocked by Klein. The world quickly buried his head and conjured a piece of paper to write his understanding of the true creator, including the orthodox images of the hanging giant and the eye behind the shadow curtains, as well as the information that the Aurora Order members believed that this evil god was the Lord who created everything. At the end, Klein also added his direct impression of coming into contact with an evil god spawn, sensing the deity's aura, and listening to the true creator's voice. Depraved, distorted, bloody, crazy evil. Following that, as Mr. Fool, he gave his judgment. The value of this information is slightly higher than the information on the Devil and Guardian sequences, but the difference isn't that great. "Thank you, Mr. Fool." "Son," Derek sincerely took the piece of parchment and read it carefully from beginning to end several times. And one of the things he paid the most attention to was that the true creator was known as the Lord who created everything. Distorted, depraved, crazy. Derek silently recited these words as he vaguely saw the black tragedy that had enveloped everyone in the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. Could it be that the Lord hasn't abandoned us? However, he has gone mad. Sun realized that he could use blasphemous thoughts to examine the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the City of Silver worshipped without any resistance. "It's time for you to answer my question," the world urged hoarsely. Derek restrained his boiling and sorrowful thoughts and fell silent for 2 seconds. After creatures of different races consume the devil potion, the mutations that occur are different. They all have certain characteristics. What kind of devil do you want to know? There's actually such a difference? Klein was slightly stunned. He immediately realized something. There was a blind spot in his previous thoughts. What if, what if the serial killer is not a human, but an animal? After consuming the corresponding potion, an animal would mutate into a devil. Step by step, one sequence at a time, it would turn into a devil. Although the probability is very low, and the risk of animals losing control is far higher than humans, there's still a possibility. I have to investigate this point. But if that's the case, there will be more questions. Where did the devil that mutated into an animal obtain the potion and Beyonder ingredients? It's unlikely that it would join the human Beyonder circle. Klein maintained his silence and controlled the world. What I want to know is the common characteristic of all kinds of devils. Sun recalled and organized his knowledge. The most terrifying thing about a devil is that if you can cause fatal harm to him in a short period of time and take action to put it into practice, then he'll be able to sense it, and grasp where and who the danger comes from. From there, he can target and kill you or take revenge. This time point can range from a few minutes to a day. Different demons have different intuitions. This power is a little scary, but it's different from a clown's intuition. It doesn't seem like it can be used in combat. Instead, it's used to detect the source of danger in advance and respond in time. It's closer to the sudden inspiration power from the Xinxiao novels I read in my previous life. I wonder if I can interfere with or even block this intuition with a mysterious space above the gray fog. Isn't Stewart a little dangerous? Klein leaned back in his chair, seemingly uninterested in the topic Sun and World were discussing. Seeing that the world wasn't shocked, Derek continued, "That's right. All of them have the ability to create huge clones, which allow them to break free from the shackles and temporarily increase their strength and speed. Their skin has mutated, which is equivalent to wearing a layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh can also block objects and reduce damage. They are immune to most poisons and are not afraid of curses and flames to a certain extent. They are talented in fire and filthy spells. They are cold-blooded and do not panic or fear. They have very strong melee abilities and are good at using all kinds of items to cause damage. Their biggest weakness is that they are easily out of control. Even if they are not, they will often show cold-blooded and cruel madness. They are easily controlled by the desire for blood and killing. He's really powerful, as expected of a Sequence 6 devil. Could it be that in the 22 Beyonder pathways, Sequence 6 or Sequence 7 is the threshold for qualitative change below the high sequences? On this point, different sequences are different. Therefore, they're the dividing line between ancient and modern mid-sequences. Klein controlled World and said, "I'm very satisfied with your information." Derek didn't act humble. He nodded and said, "That's right. Guardians rarely suffer damage. Once they enter a guardian state and give up on attacking, very few people below the high sequence Beyonders can break through their defense. All kinds of damage are the same. When they attack, the corresponding defense will be greatly reduced, but still far stronger than refined full-body armor. Their Sword of Dawn, their Storm of Light, and other Beyonder powers allow them to deal damage to any type of monster. They won't be confused by illusions. They can help their companions within a certain range withstand the damage and protect them." As Sun described, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 3:14. After the Sun finished speaking, Klein controlled the world to nod. "It's more detailed than I imagined. The transaction is complete." Before the world could finish his sentence, Klein had already synchronously unblocked Justice, the Hanging Man, and Magicians. After a few seconds of silence, the world looked around and smiled sinisterly. "I don't have any other requests for the time being." Having roughly figured out the process and characteristics, Furs was immediately eager to purchase the corresponding Sequence 8 Trickmaster for Apprentice. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had said that the reason she was troubled by the ravings of the full moon was because her life's natural order wasn't high enough. The pain would decrease as her sequence increased. This made Furs eager to obtain the subsequent formulas. However, this will expose my Beyonder pathway. When everyone becomes familiar with each other and knows more about each other, the exposure won't be too serious. But for the next few gatherings, I'll have to cover it up, lest the members of the gathering use it to lock onto me in reality. Furs thought calmly for a moment before saying, I want the formulas for apothecary and trickmaster. I want the recipes for apothecary and trickmaster. I'll trade them with money. She deliberately added the apothecary formula to her actual request to interfere with the judgment of others. If any member really had the formula, she would eat it as usual and then sell it to Viscount Glaint, who had been yearning for the formula for a long time, at a higher price. After all, she definitely wouldn't suffer a loss, and she might even make a killing. As for money, Furs didn't lack it for the time being. Not only were the royalties from her best-selling books entering her account, but she also had additional income, such as the £650 she received from Miss Audrey during the Zillings and Intis Ambassador Bakerland incidents. Poor Zio. She had to fork out her own money to compensate the families of the 2 victims of the Lenivus incident, spending more than £200. I wonder if Miss Audrey will reimburse her after the commotion blows over. The note with Mr. Fool's honorific name was found in the book compartment of Viscount Glaint's house. Could it be that one of his ancestors was once a member of this gathering? Is this a gathering that has been held regularly for decades, or even centuries? Furs's thoughts suddenly wandered. 2 seats away from her, Audrey was slightly taken aback when she heard that Glaint wanted to purchase the formulas for apothecary and trickmaster. She accurately grasped Glaint's thoughts. She's Furs. Trickmaster is for herself, and apothecary is to be sold to Glaint to confuse others. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She was already certain of the identity of the magicians. Her sequence isn't high, at most 8. It's very likely that she's only 9. I wonder where Mr. Fool pulled her from and what's so special about her. Her accent has a hint of Bakeland's characteristics, but she might not be from Bakeland. The hanging man Alger was also observing the new member and confirmed that she wouldn't pose a threat to him. Derek didn't think too much about it. He was only guessing if Miss Magician belonged to the City of Silver or the world where Miss Justice and company lived. Klein looked at Miss Magicians with pity, not holding much hope for her attempt to hide her identity. When you encounter a telepathic reader who is very familiar with you, even if you know the other party's powers in advance and take the corresponding precautions, you might not be able to hide your true thoughts. Furthermore, you don't know anything. The Fool Klein sighed on behalf of Miss Magicians. At the same time, he controlled world and said hoarsely, I have the apothecary formula. I have the apothecary formula. £230. As for the Trickmaster formula, I will try my best to find it for you, but I can't guarantee success. Using the apothecary formula to exchange for money and using it to groom a useful helper wasn't contradictory. It could be carried out at the same time. Therefore, Klein let the world speak first to prevent the hanging man and son from intercepting him. As for the Trickmaster formula, he only had some ideas. From his point of view, the mystical item, the Master Key, was likely related to the corresponding Sequence 9 apprentice of Trickmaster. If he divined its origins above the gray fog, he might be able to discover some clues. Yes, actually the most convenient method is to ask the existence suspected to be Mr. Door. He keeps whispering during the full moon. Apart from asking for help, he's probably teaching the formula and the acting method so that the target can become stronger and complete difficult missions. But unfortunately, before the target becomes stronger, there's no way to listen to his ravings. The moment they hear it, they will break down and show signs of losing control. This forms a vicious cycle. Klein sighed. Furs wasn't in a hurry to respond to Mr. World. Instead, she looked around and realized that the hanging man, Justice, and son had no intention of speaking. Clearly, they didn't know what the apothecary and trickmaster formulas were. Mr. World, I hope you can find the trickmaster potion formula as soon as possible. Furs fell silent for a few seconds before saying, as for the apothecary formula, I plan on buying it now. How should I pay for it? From the looks of it, he's also from Rouen and is willing to accept gold pounds. However, gold pounds have always been more recognized than golden horn, and Typher and other coins. As she spoke, Furs was also trying to determine the origins of world. The world didn't mind her sizing him up at all as he said in a deep voice, when you return, offer the cash to Mr. Fool. That way, the transaction will be complete. The exact process of the offering is offering. Mr. Fool can even accept offerings? His life's natural order has reached such a level? It's no wonder he used such a tone to describe the owner of the ravings during the full moon. Furs was shocked and stunned, but she felt that it was only natural as she listened and memorized it. After finishing his explanation, Klein conjured the apothecary formula in front of World and made the fake person hand it to Miss Magicians. The transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool. You don't have to worry that it's fake. I believe in Mr. Fool. Furs immediately nodded, unfolded the formula, and seriously memorized it. At this moment, Audrey, who couldn't bear to see an acquaintance work so hard, reminded her, "You can ask Mr. Fool to help you recall while making the offering. There's no need for any special memorization. If you encounter any problems, you can also pray to him by chanting his honorific name." Him? Miss Justice actually used a personal pronoun that represented a deity to address Mr. Fool. Him. Could it really be him? But why is he willing to help with such trivial matters? That's not right. As long as the ritualistic magic is appropriate, the 7 orthodox deities will often respond to their believers and fulfill their requests. First turned her head to Justice and said, "Thank you for your reminder. Thank you for your reminder. Your title is your character." Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. She immediately thought of another question and hurriedly said, "Miss Magicians, do you know the acting method?" Acting? Furs looked at him in confusion. She soon discovered that Sun, the hanging man, and the other members didn't have any additional reactions to the term. Clearly, they knew what it meant. Today's gathering made me feel like a country girl who had just arrived in Bakeland. After all, I've attended so many Beyonder gatherings. First thought, half sad and half happy. She couldn't help but want to write a novel based on this mood and feeling. She would call it Miss Wall's Journey in the Dream. You don't seem to know. Audrey made a firm judgment based on her reaction and her usual behavior. She turned around, looked at the end of the long, ancient table, and spoke to the figure shrouded in thick gray fog. "Mr. Fool, can you tell Miss Magicians about the acting method? If it's possible, what price does she need to pay?" Audrey had originally planned on directly asking if she could exchange for a new Roselle diary like before, but she immediately realized that Furz's Beyonder circle overlapped with hers. This way, she would lose many opportunities to obtain Roselle's diary. This isn't too important. Sooner or later, Furs will know that Mr. Fool needs Roselle's diary, and I'll definitely have other Beyonder circles. However, she knows that I have a few pages of Roselle's diary. If she wants to collect them, the first person she'll look for will definitely be me. However, Mr. Fool has already read my diary. After this gathering, I have to find a chance to tell Furs that Roselle's diary was accidentally lost. Audrey deduced a chain reaction and tried her best to express her worries to Mr. Fool through body language. Was Miss Justice hinting at? She knows Furs, but she doesn't wish to expose her identity. In other words, she doesn't wish for the remuneration I propose to cause trouble in this aspect. Klein chuckled thoughtfully. You decide and explain. I don't wish to repeat such topics. This is a form of respect for the goddess, he added inwardly. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart leaped with joy. She straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and tried her best to look at Magician's Furs differently. The acting method is to speed up the mastery of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control to the greatest extent. Do you want to know? There's such a method? Is it real or fake? A high-level figure like Mr. Fool definitely wouldn't lie about such a trivial matter. Furs widened her slightly languid eyes and pursed her lips. Yes, as long as one was a Beyonder, there was no one who didn't want to know such a method. Furs suddenly felt a little excited. Audrey thought seriously and said, "There are 2 requirements. First, without Mr. Fool's permission, you are not to tell anyone about the acting method. Second, you have to pay £200. Her original plan was to use Roselle's diary as a discount. Back then, she and the hanging man had used a number of diary pages to repay the debt. But in reality, Roselle's diary was sold very cheaply because it couldn't be cracked. Furthermore, most of the time, it was impossible to determine whether it was real or fake. The total price after conversion was a little unworthy of the acting method. Therefore, she added a little more on top of that. If Mr. Fool's dependents are no longer short of money, I'll accept the £200. After that, I'll look for the diary pages to repay Mr. Fool's debt. Audrey had already thought of a follow-up deal. £200? The method to reduce the risk of losing control is only £200? Isn't that too cheap? Surprised and delighted, Furs was afraid that she would go back on her word. Without hesitation, she said deal. Chapter 3:15. Audrey was just about to request for a private conversation when she suddenly realized something. World, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, didn't show any interest in the acting method. He didn't even have the urge to ask. He had already grasped the acting method to begin with. Or had he privately consulted Mr. Fool? Audrey mumbled, but she still cautiously requested for a private conversation. Then, she looked at Furs and deliberated over her words and pronunciation. Our attitude towards potions shouldn't be grasping them, but digesting them. The key to digesting them is acting, and the key to acting is the name of the potion. Why? Furs blurted out. She deliberated for a moment and added another question. Then, how should we act? Audrey recalled Mr. Fool's posture and examples from back then. She repeated the description of the castle, the guards, the invitation, and the disguise. Finally, she said, in short, the goal of acting is to harmonize the body, heart, and spirit, to bypass the stubborn resistance of the remnant psyche of the potion, shattering and digesting it. As a novelist, Furs had a powerful imagination. When Justice finished speaking, she had already sketched out the corresponding scenes in her mind and basically understood what she was trying to say. Is that so? So it's possible to eliminate the remnant psyche influence of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control. The more I think about it, the more I feel that it's possible. Furs's doubts gradually decreased as a sense of pleasant surprise slowly filled her heart. Finally, she asked in confirmation, was it Mr. Fool? Yes, this was taught by Mr. Fool. Yes, if it wasn't for Mr. Fool, we might have already lost control. Our existence proves that the acting method is effective. Audrey praised from the bottom of her heart. Phew! Furs secretly exhaled as she felt that her future was filled with the radiance of hope. Could this be the fortuitous encounters described in various novels? What a wonderful feeling. However, I still can't be careless. Mr. Fool might be an evil god who harbors ill intentions and hides himself very deeply. Furs reminded herself inwardly. Soon after, she began to think about a more important problem, which was how to act as an apprentice. Based on the literal meaning of the word, apprentice meant that he was still immature in all aspects of his skills, and he still had to receive guidance and focus on learning. I can't be stubborn. I can't be arrogant. I have to understand the insignificance of my own strength. Furs quickly dispersed her thoughts, not even noticing that the private communication environment had been suspended. At this moment, the son Derek silently looked around and gritted his teeth. I want to know which 7 gods you were talking about, as well as their general situation. He finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been in his heart for a long time. I know that. Audrey almost failed to react at first, but she quickly figured out what Son was asking, so she raised her right hand slightly. At the same time, the hanging man and the world also indicated that they could answer. What are they doing? Furs looked at them blankly, trying hard to recall what had just happened. A moment later, she remembered the question about the sun and figured out the hidden meaning behind his words. It can't be. He actually doesn't know about the 7 gods. Where did he come from? Furs looked in surprise at Mr. Sun, who was only a young man. In the northern continent, apart from immature children, there was no one who didn't know about the 7 orthodox gods. Even the poor and vagabonds who were struggling to survive were no exception. To them, the free food that was occasionally given out by the church was very tempting, and the workhouse that was open was a candle flame in their despair. People from the southern continent's colonies? But why would he ask such a simple question here? There's no need for that. He could just find a church and get a pastor or priest to preach, and he would be able to figure out the relevant content. Where exactly does Sun live? What a freak. As Furs muttered to herself, she looked around and realized that Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Mr. the World weren't surprised. At that moment, the fog-shrouded Klein smiled when he saw the three of them rush to answer. "Mr. Sun, who do you want to make a deal with? What are you willing to pay?" Sun pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds. "I'll make a deal with each of them individually. Only then will I be able to obtain the most comprehensive information." In the harsh environment of the City of Silver, he had matured a little from the previous few patrols and cleanup operations. He paused for a moment. "The payment is that you can ask me a question, and I can answer it." "I agree. I'm very interested in the City of Silver," Audrey said without hesitation with a faint smile. "City of Silver? What's this place? Why haven't I heard of it?" Furs looked around blankly, feeling like she couldn't understand what they were talking about. Audrey glanced at her and kindly explained, "Mr. Sun isn't in the North or South continent. Mr. Sun isn't in the Northern and Southern continents, nor is he on an island in the ocean. The City of Silver is located beyond our knowledge or exploration limits." It's a lie, right? This was the first thought that popped into Fur's mind. However, Sun's performance and the idea that it was impossible for everyone to join forces to deceive me made her quickly accept Audrey's explanation. "This secret gathering is more unbelievable than I imagined. Mr. Fool is more powerful than I imagined." Furs secretly exhaled and sighed wistfully. Audrey vaguely read her current thoughts. For a moment, she wanted to brag about how Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, Intis Ambassador Bakerland, and Swindler Lenevis had all died because of tarot. Unfortunately, if Furs were to know of these three matters, she would immediately associate Audrey with Justice. "I have to keep it a secret, keep it a secret. Even if it's difficult, I have to keep it a secret." Audrey suddenly took a deep breath. As she didn't understand the City of Silver and didn't know what to ask, Furs didn't participate in the subsequent transaction and chose to watch from the sidelines. The Hanging Man and the world agreed to Sun's request one after another. The happiest person was Klein. To him, this meant that his harvest had gone from 1 to 3. The Fool could hear the content of a private conversation, and Klein clearly didn't plan on shielding himself. Student the Sun sure is simple. He laughed in his heart. As there was a lot of information related to the 7 deities, Justice, the Hanging Man, and the world could only choose the key points to write. After a while, they passed their respective descriptions to Sunday. Derek quickly skimmed through it, and his gaze stopped on a few lines of words. "Apart from the Lord who created everything, the most ancient deities are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Their churches are the most ancient churches. Why haven't I heard of them? I haven't heard of any of these deities. I feel like there's something very important hidden here." Sun knew that the time of the tarot gathering was limited, so he hurriedly ended his reading. He planned on praying to Mr. Fool when he returned and asked him to help him awaken his memories. Right on the heels of that, the first person to raise a question was Audrey. Due to the serial murders, she was very interested in the sequence of devils, so she imitated Mr. World and asked the corresponding questions. Derek answered skillfully and added an additional sentence. At the corresponding sequence 7, Beyonders of the Abyss pathway are able to effectively interfere with divination and mediumship. The powers of devils are truly terrifying. I wonder if my sequence 7 psychiatrist will bring about a qualitative change. Or do I need to reach sequence 6? Audrey felt a little apprehensive when she heard that. The second question came from Alger, the Hanging Man. He seemed to have deliberated for a long time as he looked at Sun and said in a deep voice, "I want to know about the City of Silver's creation myth." The slightly tense Derek relaxed a little and said, "That's right. The omnipotent and omniscient God created everything and entered a deep slumber. Giant King Ormer, Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Elf King Siniathrim, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Devil Monarch Farbudi, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, Mutant King Kvaster, Demonic Wolf King Flegria. They divided the authority left behind by the Lord and became gods that ruled over the sky, land, and sea. They ruled over reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. They ruled over all races, true gods, ancient gods." Phlegria? Klein, who was listening by the side, suddenly noticed a familiar word. Every time he advanced and was in an unstable state, or when he came into contact with the remnant influence of the Antigonus family's notebook, there would always be illusory ravings echoing in his ears. Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria. Klein had long known that Hornacis was referring to the mountain range with the country of the Evernight ruins, but he never knew what the word Phlegria meant. And now, for the first time, he was hearing Phlegria from someone else's mouth. King of the demonic wolves, an ancient deity. But why would he be involved with the Hornacis mountain range? Klein maintained his posture as he quietly listened to Sun continue. Some of them perished in battle, while others were stripped of their authority by the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, after he awoke. The first part is the creation myth, and the latter part is the history of the City of Silver's true history. The hanging man Alger wasn't done listening. He wanted to know more, but due to Sun's unwillingness to speak further, he could only stop in time and think. King of the demonic wolves, Phlegria, left the stage of history in the second epic, which was the dark epic long before the cataclysm. As Klein pondered, he controlled the world to ask questions. He originally wanted to ask which sequence Beyonder could freely switch between physical and spirit bodies, just like Miss Sharon. If Sun didn't know such knowledge, he could consider other questions. But now, there was something more important that he wanted to know, so he said in a gloomy and hoarse voice, hence he asked in a deep voice, everything about King of the demonic wolves, Phlegria. Sun looked at Mr. World in surprise and frowned slightly. I don't know much about this ancient god, Lemus said. He is also known as the Annihilation Demonic Wolf and the Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight? Klein narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 3:16. The country of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range believes in the ruler of the night, Mother Sky. This is definitely related to the Evernight Demonic Wolf, Phlegria. Therefore, the illusory ravings I heard were Hornacis. Phlegria? What's the connection between Phlegria, an ancient god, and the goddess? According to Roselle, sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god. Every sequence only has one sequence 0. The goddess inherited the authority of the Evernight demonic wolf. He was not the oldest god, nor was he the eye of the self-proclaimed creator. Yes, this is a side clue that can't be considered proof. The people of the life school of thought worship the moon. The crimson moon formed from one of the creator's eyes, but they don't believe in the Evernight goddess. Klein immediately thought of many things as he controlled the world to speak after some deliberation. Nothing else. There's nothing else. The matter of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, is considered a myth in the City of Silver. Sun felt that he hadn't answered at all, so he suggested in embarrassment, Mr. World, you can change your question. Change the question? Little Sun, you're too straightforward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Klein made the world hoarsely say, that's right. Your honesty and trustworthiness are impressive. I previously met a Beyonder. He can freely switch between his physical body and spirit body, and he can control zombies. Do you know which pathway and sequence he belongs to? Although Sun was in the forsaken land of the gods, in the City of Silver, and it was impossible for him to have any connection with the capital of the Ruan Kingdom, Bakeland, Klein was cautious and changed the she that referred to Miss Sharon to he. By the way, he's not a high-sequence Beyonder, World added in a deep voice. Sun seriously recalled the contents of the textbook. If it's not a high-sequence Beyonder, then we can eliminate the Phoenix pathway. Phoenix pathway? Klein deliberately made the world show some surprise. After attending so many gatherings, Derek knew very well that the City of Silver's customary way of addressing the sequence pathway was somewhat different from what Miss Justice and company had described. Therefore, he didn't find it strange. It's the Beyonder pathway that rules death and partially controls the spirit world. Its sequence 9 is Corpse Collector, so it's the death pathway. From the looks of it, Phoenix ancestor Greg Race is an ancient death. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, without changing his posture as he controlled World to nod. "I understand. Please continue." Derek immediately replied, "That's right. I can only think of two possibilities. The first is a special devil. Like I said before, different races evolve into different types of devils. Some of them can freely switch between physical and spiritual bodies, but they are quite rare and they may not be able to control zombies." "Can humans do it?" the World asked. "No. At least I don't know of any similar examples," Sun said honestly. "What about the second possibility?" Klein recalled Miss Sharon's usual performance in battle, while the World changed his sitting posture. Derek replied solemnly, "That's right. Xenogeneic." "Xenogeneic? Aren't you referring to monsters?" the World asked hoarsely. Klein clearly remembered that Mr. Aztec once mentioned that mutants referred to humans who were cursed. Because of the different curses, mutants formed different races. They were usually the same as humans, but there was always a twisted and repressed desire hidden in their hearts. When a certain scene appeared, or when they were stimulated by a certain object, it would explode and they would turn into monsters, wantonly satisfying their desire to kill, bloodthirst, and other things. Every time they exploded, they would become a little colder, and finally, they would completely lose the positive emotions of being human. Among them, the most representative was the werewolf. Sun nodded frankly. "Yes, mutants are monsters that split from humans due to the negative effects of certain Beyonder characteristics. It's not a curse, but the negative effects of certain Beyonder characteristics." Sitting in the thick gray fog, the fool Klein realized that this was different from Mr. Aztec's description. Was this what people knew about xenogeneics before the cataclysm? General knowledge that everyone in the City of Silver knows is rather precious to the Beyonders of the northern and southern continents. Klein increasingly realized how special the forsaken land of the gods was. At this moment, Derek continued, "The characteristics that mutants possess happen to form a Beyonder pathway. Therefore, ordinary humans can also become mutants by consuming potions." "Xenogeneic path? Which one was he referring to? What's the corresponding sequence 9 called?" Klein asked the World out of curiosity. Derek didn't care which question it was, and he treated it as a necessary supplement. In the City of Silver, the corresponding sequence 9 is called prisoner. The heart is the body's prisoner, and the body is the world's prisoner. This refers to the restrained madness and repressed desires. Prisoner? This pathway is in the hands of Rose School. They are famous for their bloody sacrifices and worship the so-called chain god. Miss Sharon doesn't look like such a cold person who kills indiscriminately. Wait, Merrick seems to be being pursued by some faction. He and Miss Sharon are defectors from Rose School. They defected in order to not become a crazy cultist? Klein made the World say with some guesses, "I'm very satisfied with your answer. I'm very satisfied with your answer. The deal is complete." Following that, the members shared what they had seen and heard. Klein ended the tarot gathering in time, before his spirituality was depleted. When the world above the gray fog returned to calm, there wasn't even a fake person. He began to travel back and forth between mysterious space and the real world, bringing the master key to the ancient palace. Although I've deduced from Roselle's diary that there's a high chance that the apprentice pathway doesn't have a sequence 0, I still can't be rash. Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 might be able to effectively counterattack from a distance. Besides, what if there really is a Sequence 0? What if there really is a Sequence 0? I can't gamble with my life. Klein calmed down for a while and wrote a divination statement. Its source. Then he held the master key to prevent it from pointing in the wrong direction. Leaning back in his chair, Klein silently recited the divination statement and gradually fell asleep. In the gray, illusory, and fragmented world, he saw a bronze lamp stand with many flickering candlelight. Around the lampstand, there seemed to be a secret room. There wasn't any external light. There was a long table, a black iron pot, a glass jar, a brown notebook, and other items. A young man dressed in a black classic robe stood in front of the long table, staring blankly at the medicine in his hand. "Ancestors, I'm about to embark on the path of Beyonders. I'll definitely be able to recreate the glory of the house of Abraham. He muttered to himself as he drank the medicine. The muscles on his face contorted, revealing a pained expression. All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. He kept struggling and clutching his own neck. In just a few seconds, he tore apart his clothes and peeled off his skin, turning into a monster covered in blood. Bang! His flesh and blood exploded, and every piece seemed to have a life of its own. They kept crawling in all directions, leaving behind traces of corrosion. In the end, they failed to leave the secret room and slowly returned to silence. Specks of light gathered and fused with a broken finger, turning into a simple and unadorned brass key. At the same time, Klein saw a silver pocket watch embedded with diamonds in the clothes. The dream ended as he opened his eyes and looked forward. He sighed. Seriously, he said that he wanted to restore the glory of the house of Abraham. But he failed at the first step. There's a certain level of risk in becoming a Sequence 9. The house of Abraham was a great noble of the Tudor dynasty in the Fourth Epoch. It was said that they controlled the Beyonder path of apprentice, but it was likely incomplete. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen, tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, and muttered to himself. It was spoken in Rouen. He's speaking Loanese. I can't tell where his accent is from. It's popular to embed pure diamonds on pocket watches without any other gems. It's only been 10 years since then. When I have the time, I'll go to the Harvest Church again and ask Father Utravsky where he obtained the master key. Perhaps I can find some clues. Just as Klein was about to leave the world above the gray fog, the illusory star that symbolized the magicians expanded and contracted. This was Furz's request to hold a sacrificial ritual. Furz originally wouldn't have brought that much cash with her, but she had been preparing to participate in the Beyonder gathering, so she had specially kept 500 pounds to see if she could buy the items she wanted. Who knew that the corresponding gathering would be canceled due to the situation? Now, it was just right to use it to pay for the apothecary formula and the acting method, a total of 430 pounds. Seeing the screen appear and the banknotes disappear, Furz was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. Selling the apothecary formula to Viscount Glaint for 300 pounds will do. I can't be too greedy, or it will destroy a long-term partnership. As for Miss Audrey, I'll ignore her for now. She has hopes of contacting the psychology alchemists and directly obtaining the corresponding formula. It's really impossible. I'll go to the tarot gathering to purchase it. Sigh. I have to observe if the acting method is effective. If it is, I'll consider how to pray to Mr. Fool. Zio, that idiot. She's usually an arbiter, so she unknowingly meets the requirements of the acting method. Furz thought of the future. At the same time that he received the 430 pounds, Klein also received a prayer from Miss Justice. She said that if Mr. Fool's adorer no longer needed cash, she could use the promise of collecting Roselle's diary in exchange for the 200 pounds. She had to satisfy Mr. Fool. I'm very satisfied. I'm just short of a few dozen pounds to have 1,000 pounds. Klein politely rejected Miss Justice's good intentions. Following that, he busied himself helping Sun awaken the memories of the 7 deities' information. After doing all of this, Klein returned to the real world, exhausted. He pulled open the curtains and flipped through the serial murder case dossiers again, searching for the animal that might exist. Chapter 317. In a cramped room in the City of Silver, son Derek Berg sat by the bed, quietly recalling the information he had obtained on the 7 deities. The names of the deities that he had never heard of and the specious ancient myths were all telling him of a completely different new world than the City of Silver. Is that a land that hasn't been abandoned by the gods? Or should I say, a land protected by a new deity? Derek sat in the darkness without any additional movements. From time to time, lightning would flash across the window, bringing with it a strong light. He slowly focused his thoughts on the authorities that the 7 deities wielded and compared them with the ancient deities like the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. The so-called god of combat is very close to the giant king, Ormer. The authority of the Lord of Storms is similar to that of the elf king, Sanaithrim. The Evernight goddess seems to be a combination of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, and the vampire ancestor, Lilith. The eternal, blazing sun, Earth Mother, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the god of steam and machinery aren't similar. Regarding the myths and legends, I didn't pay enough attention in class and missed out a lot of things. Since I don't have any patrol missions, I'll go to the Steeple Library and read through the information. Derek suddenly stood up and did as he thought of it. His problem was also the problem of most of the residents of the City of Silver. When receiving general education, the focus was on practical courses like demonology, monster classification, charms, and extraordinary basic. They were all used to deal with monsters in the depths of the darkness and increase the production of edible plants. When listening to supplementary subjects like mythology, they often weren't focused enough. If it wasn't for the fact that the history of the City of Silver made the residents more united, increasing everyone's sense of honor and mission, and that the six-member council was very strict in this aspect, Derek believed that he would only be able to remember what had happened in the last 20 to 30 years. Carrying the axe of Hurricane, Derek walked out of his house and walked along the clean but ancient mottled stone path until he reached the Twin Towers in the north of the city. One of the Twin Tower spire was the City of Silver's library, the place where merit points were exchanged and daily necessities were distributed. The other spire belonged to the six-member council, a mystical item that was rumored to have supported the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. It was a recipe and material warehouse. After entering the steeple, Derek went straight to the third floor. Based on his impression, he found a bookshelf with mythological information and the corresponding ancient books. He had just taken a fancy to an ancient book that was related to the creation myth. Just as he was about to pull it out, he discovered that a hand with slender fingers, fair skin, and a beautiful shape had snatched the book away before him. Derek traced the arm, and after a glance, he lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and greeted in a deep voice. "Hello, Elder Lovia." The person who took the book was a member of the six-member council, Shepherd Lovia. Lovia was wearing a black robe embroidered with many mysterious purple patterns. Her silver-gray hair was thick but slightly curly. Her face was smooth and tender, and her eyebrows were gorgeous. She looked to be in her early 30s, and her light gray eyes seemed to be able to see through souls. "Yes." In the face of Derek's greeting, Lovia nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. She silently took the book and left between the two rows of bookshelves. Elder Lovia seems to have become normal. Unlike before, she would always switch between different states irregularly. Sometimes she would cry, sometimes she would sneer, sometimes she would snort angrily, and sometimes she would be indifferent. Such thoughts flashed through Derek's mind subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Because Elder Lovia is normal, after flipping through all the dossiers, Klein didn't find any records regarding animals. It was obvious that he had overlooked this problem during his previous investigations. Yes, I have to remember my previous thoughts. I can't recklessly investigate on my own. Ignoring the fact that I don't have enough special abilities to avoid the devil's premonition and grasp of danger, just the possibility of encountering the Nighthawks in charge is already very troublesome. My goal has always been to assist, analyze the case, come up with guesses, and determine the authenticity of the clues. Klein considered the problem of what he should do. After understanding the devil's abilities, he temporarily didn't dare to hand over the investigation of whether the suspects had pets to Stewart. There was a high chance that it would cause the deaths of the suspects. It's only a preliminary investigation without any specific direction. Stewart shouldn't encounter anything. The devil isn't a bunch of lunatics from the Aurora Order. He won't take the initiative to expose himself. Stewart will definitely be able to submit the report tomorrow or the day after. Perhaps there are clues hidden in there that others can't detect. Klein stood up and paced back and forth in the activity room with his hands in his pockets. The problem he was facing now was how to get the main force of the investigation to include animals in their line of sight. It definitely wouldn't do to mention it directly. That would arouse suspicion. It's the same if it's too obvious. Sigh, I'm not a spectator. I don't have beyonder powers in this area. Klein thought carefully and deliberated before finally deciding on a plan. He took out a piece of paper, held a fountain pen, and wrote, "Dear Mr. Stanton, I thought of a problem." Previously, when the detectives were discussing it, they all felt that the murderer's actions were very skillful, without any signs of jerkiness. He's very experienced, and I believe that it's impossible for him to be born with it. There has to be a lot of experience as a foundation, such as a medical student in surgery or a butcher in a butcher shop. Back then, I guess that he might have done similar cases in the past. This is one of the directions of the investigation, and it's also what I'm currently paying attention to. But after thinking about it over and over again for the past 2 days, I believe that it's incomplete. Perhaps he doesn't rely on killing people to gain experience. Is there a possibility that he's using pitiful animals to practice his skills? Living animals, different kinds of animals. The number of animals that die in Bakeland every day is uncountable, and no one knows of the ones that disappear into the depths of the sewers. These are good targets for practice. These are some of my immature views. I wish to share them with you. Sherlock Moriarty. Klein didn't directly mention that the murderer might be a demonized animal. He found another reason to practice his skills, hoping that Eichinger Stanton would notice the neglected animal world and alert the official beyonders in charge. As he wrote, he suddenly felt that this was also a direction. The reason why the devil hadn't been captured was because it spent most of its time hunting animals. And hunting animals wasn't something worth paying attention to. Let's do it this way. I hope it will give them some inspiration. Klein folded the letter, dressed neatly, and went to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver it. 15 minutes later, Lawyer Jurgen watched Detective Sherlock pass by the oriel window again and again. He finally couldn't help but open the door and politely ask, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your keys?" I guess so." Klein forced a smile. "Why don't you come to my place as a guest? You can go back after dinner, and it's dark. I know that you private detectives are very good at climbing." Jurgen invited with a serious expression. "That works too." Klein was stunned for a second before he smiled sincerely. "That would be my honor." Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother was at the level of a chef. "Furthermore, I can stroke the cat." After the sky turned completely dark, Klein, who had eaten and drunk his fill, rested at home for a while, took his cane, and left Minsk Street. He planned on making another trip to Rose Street south of the bridge to ask Bishop Utravsky about the origins of the master key. With the help of the dowsing rod technique, he successfully arrived at the Harvest Church in the dead of night and sneaked in according to the previous route. However, Bishop Utravsky didn't repent in the cathedral hall tonight. In the silence and darkness, there were only rows of seats. He's resting? Puzzled, Klein walked towards the living area at the back of the hall. Just as he rounded the corner, he suddenly saw the giant-like Bishop Utravsky walking up the stairs to the basement. The heavy stone door was banging loudly. Who did he detain in the basement? Klein instantly thought of a series of unhealthy news. Bishop Utravsky looked up and saw Klein in his previous disguise. He was surprised and asked in a daze, "What's wrong with you?" After a pause, he asked, "You haven't found your way home? Do I look like someone who's been lost for so long?" Klein forced a smile. "Father, I'm not lost. You think that formula is fake? That's impossible." Bishop Utravsky frowned and stopped halfway up the stairs. This way, he was on par with Klein. "No, it's real," Klein answered honestly. At this moment, the stone door to the basement was slammed again. It became more and more intense, accompanied by a male voice saying, "Let me out." "What's this?" Klein couldn't help but ask. Bishop Utravsky smiled warmly. "A vampire." Just as he said that, the man in the basement shouted, "What's wrong with vampires? Vampires should be locked up here by you? Should they listen to your nagging every day and listen to you reciting scriptures? Pooey, I'm a noble sanguine. Don't use such a vulgar term to describe me. Let me tell you, I worship the moon and will never change my faith to Earth Mother. Give up, you despicable priest." This was the first time Klein had met a real vampire, so he couldn't help but ask, "Father, where did you catch him?" Bishop Utravsky looked at Klein with a strange expression. "He's the original owner of the master key. One day, he got lost and walked into this cathedral. Klein seriously considered whether he should carry the master key with him in the future. Thankfully, I know divination, he thought rejoicingly. It just so happened that he entered a state of thirst for blood, and I discovered something abnormal, Bishop Utravsky added with a smile. Pooey, don't mention blood to me. What I need is the blood of a beautiful girl, not a dirty old man like you. The vampire in the basement suddenly became irritable. Bishop Utravsky explained without any anger. When he thirsts for blood, I'll get him some of mine. Klein nodded and took a closer look. He discovered that the heavy stone door in the basement was engraved with the sacred emblem of life and many mysterious symbols, forming a complete seal. In the daytime, when there are more people praying, I'm afraid even the sound won't be able to be heard. Klein made a preliminary judgment. Is there anything I can help you with? Bishop Utravsky asked. Klein answered frankly, yes. I want to know where the master key first came from. Then you'll have to ask him. Bishop Utravsky pointed to the basement. The vampire inside suddenly fell silent before smiling leisurely. Friend, I can answer your question, but the premise is that you have to rescue me first. Chapter 3:18. He's really daring to ask for a price. Upon hearing the vampire's request, Klein was exasperated and amused. He glanced at Bishop Utravsky and asked thoughtfully, Father, can I borrow your candle? It's the one from last time. I've forgotten its name. Before Bishop Utravsky could answer, the vampire in the basement spoke in surprise. Before Bishop Utravsky could reply, the vampire in the basement exclaimed in surprise, That's right. What do you want? At this moment, Bishop Utravsky gently spoke. It's called the mental terror candle. Why do you want to borrow it? At this moment, Bishop Utravsky gently said, It's called the mental terror candle. Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. As you know, I have some special talent in this area. I'm very good at doing such things. Before he could finish his sentence, the vampire in the basement shouted, Bastard, give up. You'll be cursed if you do that to a noble sanguine. Doing this to the noble blood breeds will be cursed. Hey. I'll talk. I'll tell you the source of the master key. Klein immediately chuckled. Thank you for your cooperation. Humph. That dirty old man's friend really isn't a good person. As a sanguine, I'm already very restrained by only going to the hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink. Why am I locked up here and listening to that long-winded housefly's Bible of life every day? The vampire in the basement grumbled angrily. Frankly speaking, if you're really the person you described, and you met me, I would at most give you a warning or two. Unfortunately, when you got lost and entered this cathedral, you were facing a priest who used to kill people and loved to fight. He's now a pious, repentant, and fanatical believer. All I can say is that you're unlucky. However, Bishop Utravsky has already recovered from his illness, so he probably won't really hurt you. At most, he'll keep you by his side. Klein silently responded. The vampire in the basement paused for a few seconds before saying, More than a month ago, I went to Southborough to steal a blood bottle to drink, but I ended up encountering a thief. He originally wanted to enter the hospital's financial office, but he got lost and opened the door of the blood bank. I caught him on the spot. He used that master key. He told me that he found it when he was stealing from a certain house. At the same time, he also obtained a pocket watch inlaid with diamonds. Yes, it's in the basement. At first, he thought that the key corresponded to a room or a safe, so he tried them one by one. In the end, he found that all of them could be opened. This was an unimaginable surprise for a thief. After that, he succeeded again and again until I caught him and confiscated the key. Damn it, I never thought that the key would make people lose their way. It matches the scene I saw in my divination. However, is there a curse on this master key? The previous owner was detained because he got lost, and the previous owner was also caught on the spot because he got lost. Perhaps I really have to throw it above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. However, that would be a lot more troublesome. It might delay things. Klein controlled the changes in his expression and asked unhurriedly, What's the matter? Did the thief say where he stole it? The vampire in the basement muttered, "You're doubting my intelligence. You're doubting my intelligence. How can I not ask about this?" He said it was at 48 River Bay Avenue south of the bridge. I originally planned on investigating it when I had the time, but damn it. All right, I'm done answering. Don't disturb me anymore. Klein didn't leave just like that. Instead, he slowly took out a half-penny copper coin and recited softly, "That's right. He's lying." After 7 times, Klein's eyes darkened. He flicked the coin and watched it spin before landing in his palm. This time, the head was up, indicating that it was positive. In other words, the vampire was lying. The contents of the thief's description matched the scene I saw in my divination in many ways. It can't be fake. The vampire must have lied about the specific address. Klein looked at Bishop Utravsky and chuckled. He lied. Let me think, why would he lie? It's very unwise for him to vent his anger and take revenge on someone who has nothing to do with me. It's also very disadvantageous to his situation. So, I think he's actually using this method to seek help. That address might very well belong to his companions. Father, aren't you going to take a look? The basement instantly fell silent. After a few seconds, the vampire laughed and said, "I just don't want to tell you so easily. I just don't want to tell you so easily. You threatened me just now, so I'll lie to take revenge. Isn't that normal?" I can tell that he's forcing himself to calm down. Klein smiled. Then what's the real answer? If you lie again, I don't mind sending this address to the 3 churches. I'll just say that it's related to the recent serial murders. Humans are truly vicious. The vampire gritted his teeth and sighed. 32 Verdi Street south of the bridge. Klein tossed the coin again and received an answer that indicated that the vampire wasn't lying. From the looks of it, vampires don't have the ability to interfere with divination. I'll go above the gray fog to confirm it later. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed towards the heavy stone door of the basement. Thank you for your cooperation. Humph. The vampire in the basement snorted in response. Just as Klein turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly shouted, "Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. What's the point of remembering your name? It's not like I plan on saving you. I'm not prepared, and I don't have the home field advantage. I can't beat Father Utravsky, and he has a mystical item that can transfuse blood. Could it be that this vampire's companion is offering a bounty for me, and he wishes for me to sell this information?" Klein was taken aback for a moment before he walked out of the Harvest Church without a word. He randomly found a secluded spot, removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, and did a divination about exploring 32 Verdi Street. The answer he received was that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't too high. There's a certain level of danger. Where's the danger? What kind of danger could it be? Klein seriously analyzed the situation and suspected that the apprentice who had lost control and died had turned into a ghost-type monster due to his intense resentment. Furthermore, it was a relatively strong one. That's not right. The thief clearly didn't encounter anything before coming out with the master key. Could it be that the danger lies in another secret location in the house? Klein thought carefully and felt that it was best for him to make sufficient preparations before heading there. It was to prevent himself from encountering an enemy that he found difficult to deal with his current Beyonder powers. At the very least, I have to wait until I buy bullets that can purify wraiths and shadows. He nodded slightly. With this consideration, combined with his previous battle with Dawn Paladin Bishop Utravsky, Klein suddenly felt that he could vaguely conclude the first rule of magicians. Don't perform when you're not prepared. There's a high chance of being exposed. Klein silently added. On Tuesday morning, Klein prepared the butter and toasted 2 slices of bread. He wasn't in a hurry to eat. He opened the door and took out today's newspaper from the mailbox. There's a letter. He pulled out the letter from the newspaper and glanced at the envelope as he returned to the dining room. It's from Stewart. It looks like he's already completed the preliminary investigation. Klein nodded slightly, tore open the envelope, and shook the paper. As he read, he sat at the dining table. Stewart claimed that the 2 suspects didn't show any abnormal behavior. One of them guarded the grocery store with his wife and child, living a lifeless life. The other was busy with all kinds of temporary jobs, working tirelessly to maintain his livelihood. They weren't irritable, nor did they have the urge to fight. They also didn't lock themselves in their rooms alone. At the end of the letter, Stewart lamented the terrible situation in East Borough and vowed to save enough money so that he wouldn't end up there when he grew old. Thank you for your help. If there are any other clues in the future, I'll share them with you. Seeing that the other party hadn't discovered any useful clues, Klein simply replied to the letter. He didn't want the other party to be more deeply involved in the case, lest the devil sense the danger and kill the latent danger ahead of time. After putting down the pen and paper, Klein picked up a piece of bread with butter seeping in. He spent his breakfast leisurely with black tea and newspapers. During this process, he regretted that there were no signs of old Mr. I of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering being held. Sigh, the existence of that devil has seriously affected the lives of the Beyonders in Bakeland. I hope that Mr. Eichinger Stanton can notice my hint and gain something. Yes, he should be an officially certified Beyonder. Klein put down the newspaper, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and prepared to leave. His plans for today had been planned last week. He was going to the Royal Museum to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. In Empress Borough, in a luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family, Audrey was wearing a long, light-colored dress that boldly used lace. She had snow-white fur draped over her shoulders as she waited for a personal maid, Annie, to help her put on a bonnet that was inlaid with pearls and draped with fine gauze. Beside her, Susie was squatting there with a bow tied around her neck. "My beautiful little princess, where are you going?" Earl Hall asked as he stroked his beautiful mustache as he walked down the stairs. Audrey replied with bright eyes, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I'll take a look at the original copy of Roselle the Great's diary and find a chance to get some from Mr. Fool," she added inwardly. Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition." Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Why do you want to go today? There will be a lot of people, and it will be very chaotic." "Yes, I'll get someone to coordinate with the Church of Steam. After the official exhibition ends, it will be specially held for you and your friends for half a day. That way, you can have a quiet and undisturbed tour. If you have something you want to admire up close, you can discuss it with them directly." "Oh, that seems even better. I can directly read the diary in this exhibition." Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and bowed. "Thank you, handsome Earl Hall." Chapter 319. West Borough, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Although it wasn't a weekend, there was already a long line at the entrance when Klein arrived. According to the descriptions in the newspapers and magazines, he knew that the middle class in this world had fewer forms of entertainment. Other than reading newspapers, reading novels, attending opera concerts, playing tennis and squash, watching various plays, and holding or attending banquets and dances, the only 3 options left were visiting parks, visiting exhibitions, and going on vacation. And due to Roselle the Great's influence, annual leave was a relatively common phenomenon among this class. At 9 o'clock sharp, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, a black cane, and a double-breasted coat, held his ticket and followed the people in front of him into the museum. There was a division here. Different guides led a portion of the visitors to different passageways. Klein and a dozen or so people followed behind a beautiful woman, listening to her introduce Roselle's life. This was meaningless to Klein, who was half a historian. Therefore, out of boredom, he confirmed the location of his wallet. Due to the surge in his wealth, which had reached £952 and was only 1 step away from £1,000, his wallet could no longer hold that much cash. He could only selectively carry a portion of it. As for the rest, Klein was worried about leaving them unprotected at home, so he threw them all above the gray fog. As they walked, they entered the first exhibition hall. The female guide said excitedly, "This is the first exhibition hall." The female guide said excitedly, "Everyone, these are Roselle the Great's daily necessities. Look, that's the velvet blanket he used. That's the gold inlaid glassware he used to drink wine. That's the toilet he used, the first toilet in the modern sense. Even a used toilet is put on display. Klein suddenly felt a little pity for Roselle. Following that, he looked at the toilet behind the glass wall and discovered that it was shimmering with a golden glow. Its surface seemed to be covered in a layer of gold leaf, and it was engraved with complicated, exaggerated, and rather artistic patterns. How extravagant! Klein no longer felt pity for Roselle. There is only a layer of glass separating the toilet bowl from Roselle's daily clothes, including cuffs, a shirt with pleated collar, and so on. It could be seen that the female guide was very appreciative of the clothing culture of Intis. After the exhibition hall for daily use were the original manuscripts of the important documents issued by Roselle, including the Civil Code and other valuable historical relics. At this moment, the female guide pointed to a display cabinet and said, "That's right. This is one of the notebooks left behind by Roselle the Great. The symbols on it are mysterious and undeciphered by him. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notebooks record the most unknown secrets of Roselle the Great. As a romantic person, I have my own speculation. Perhaps this is the symbol that Roselle the Great and the woman he loves the most have agreed on. They record each other, but they can never be together. You're very suitable to write novels." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. His gaze then turned to the notebook that was spread open in the display cabinet. It was written in simplified Chinese that he was extremely familiar with. March 6th. Damn it. The food here is making me constipated. March 17th. Are the wives of Intis all this open-minded? Did I have sex with her? Or did she have sex with me? It feels a little weird. March 22nd. It's time to choose a religion. On one side is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and on the other side is the Church of Craftsmen. My choice is without a doubt. Praise be to you, God of Machines. One day, I will change the name of the Church of Craftsmen to the Church of Machinery. Indeed, romantic constipation. This should be the diary of Roselle the Great in his early days of transmigration. There's no valuable information at all. His handwriting is uglier than mine. Klein retracted his gaze and clicked his tongue. Of course, he had only seen the 2 pages that were spread open. He had no idea what else was written. I wonder how the security measures here are, and if there's a chance to sneak in and read through it. Klein looked around and found that there were quite a lot of security personnel on the surface. Perhaps there are beyonders from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. He muttered and followed the female guide into the next exhibition hall. It was called The Tender Roselle. This is the first love letter written by Roselle the Great. This is the first love poem he created. When you're old. The female guide pointed at the manuscript in the display cabinet with bright eyes. Shameless. Yates's coffin can't be held down any longer. Klein couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is a bracelet he made himself. This is the original manuscript of the novel he wrote. The female guide introduced with an abnormal tone of admiration. Klein tried his best not to show any change in his expression. Of course, he also believed that Roselle the Great, who had the artisan column in his beyonder occupation, must have a very strong manual ability. This is a basic education textbook he improved for his children. Every word has a corresponding picture. This is a game he invented for his children. It's similar to Intis chess, but for some reason, the way to play it didn't spread. This is a building toy he invented, and it's also for his children. The female guide unknowingly said with a hint of warmth, "Isn't this just King chess? Besides, Lego is going to collect copyright fees from you." Klein could only curl the corners of his mouth to hide his other emotions. He swept his gaze and found a woman who was more than one. 7 meters tall, standing in front of the display cabinet. The woman had chestnut hair that reached her waist and a well-proportioned figure. She was neither fat nor thin. She wore a girlish yellow cake dress, but she wore an old-fashioned black bonnet. A thin veil hung down, covering her face. She stood in front of the display cabinet, staring at the items inside for a long time without moving. By the time Klein and company followed the guide to the next exhibition hall, she still hadn't changed her posture. After passing a few more exhibition halls, the female guide pointed ahead and said, "What you will see next is a restored Roselle the Great study. What you will see next is the restored study of Emperor Roselle. As she spoke, Klein and company entered the exhibition hall, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was almost like a library, surrounded by rows of bookshelves that reached 2 stories high. There were stairs below them, and there were passageways between them, forming a 3-dimensional paradise of books. It can be imagined that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. You can imagine that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lamp holders, and other items. They were all covered by glass, preventing them from coming into contact with the outside world. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lampstands, and other objects. They were all covered by glass and did not come into contact with the outside world. The stack of manuscripts wasn't spread out, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. The stack of manuscripts was not opened, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. It depicted a rectangular object with a detailed description. This is a portable, miniaturized application of the telegraph. It can be used to connect to people who have the same item, send and receive messages that they want to exchange, and even talk directly. This requires better positioning. I think we can boldly look up to the sky. There are no obstacles there, so we can better transmit the signal. Emperor, you won't even let go of your phone. Klein couldn't help but cover his face. At this moment, the narrator introduced the stack of manuscripts. They record the fantastic ideas of Roselle the Great, the inventions that he had yet to turn into reality, the glory of our human civilization. Klein didn't pay attention to the flattering words and casually looked at other things. Suddenly, he noticed a bookmark in a hardcover book on the table. The exposed part of the bookmark depicted a child's random drawing. Roselle the Great isn't good at drawing. Just as Klein mocked inwardly, he suddenly recalled something. Roselle had once disguised a card of blasphemy as a bookmark and placed it in a particular book. Could it be this one? Klein carefully observed it for a few seconds without leaving a trace, but he didn't discover anything amiss. That's right. The emperor said that the card of blasphemy is anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to discover its uniqueness. If it could be identified so easily, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would have long taken it away. Klein moved his gaze away and sized up the other books. He discovered that many of them had bookmarks in them, and these bookmarks were of different shapes and sizes. He pondered for a moment, used his clown powers to control his facial muscles, and asked curiously, "Are these all books that Roselle the Great has read? Are these the original books?" The female guide nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes. These are all items from Roselle the Great's study back then, including but not limited to books, manuscripts, bookmarks, lampstands, ink bottles. However, even more items have been destroyed in a few conflicts." Klein nodded slightly and looked at the bookmarks again. Roselle had mentioned in his diary that he wanted to place the card of blasphemy in a very valuable book, making it so that no one would imagine that the most valuable item in the book is actually an inconspicuous bookmark. Which of these books is very valuable? Klein recalled the details of the diary and eliminated them. The Glorious Age. Doesn't seem like it. The History of the Kingdom of Intis. Doesn't seem like it. The History of the Northern Continent. That's possible, but it's not likely. The Improvement Principles of Steam Machinery. Ditto. Klein scanned them one by one, and his gaze suddenly stopped on the stack of manuscripts he saw the earliest. It recorded the items on Earth that Roselle wanted to invent, but didn't have the means to do so. Chapter 320. A plagiarized manuscript. No, a creative manuscript. It should be considered a very valuable book. Could this be a card of blasphemy? Klein's heart stirred as he tapped his molars and secretly activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't discover anything abnormal. He then scanned the other bookmarks and received the same answer. That's right. If it was that easy to detect, I wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Klein deactivated his spirit vision and used the details he learned from Roselle's diary, as well as the Emperor's personality, to eliminate them. According to his understanding, since Roussel had said that a book with a card of blasphemy was very valuable, it couldn't be too ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to satisfy such a strong sense of viciousness, to use a lot of valuable knowledge to set off an inconspicuous bookmark, making the recipient suffer an invisible prank. Therefore, books of low value can be disregarded. In that case, Klein looked around and carefully identified them, completely ignoring what the guide was saying. All in all, in the entire study, only the creative manuscript seems to fit the criteria. The other books can only be said to be of ordinary value. With Rosel's personality, he definitely wouldn't choose them. Yes, Rosel is the kind of person who would hide his secrets in the most obvious place, but none of you would be able to find it. As Klein thought, he gave the Emperor an emoji. Of course, it was impossible for him to confirm that the bookmark was a card of blasphemy in disguise. This was because the books of high value that Rosel possessed clearly included works in the field of mysticism, and it was impossible for the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery to display such books. Yes, I have to first confirm if it's a card of blasphemy before considering if I should take action. Unfortunately, the date of January 20th can't be eliminated. No one knows which day each bookmark was clipped into the book. Klein silently muttered to himself, turned to look at the guide who had stopped, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" He turned to look at the guide who had stopped and asked with a smile, "Do any of the books in the bookshelves contain things like this? For example, a note written to Rosel by a certain noble lady." This question made many men let out a knowing laugh. The female guide shook her head and said, No, there isn't. The books with extra information have all been picked out and placed here for everyone to read. This is just a restoration of Rosel the Great's study, not a restoration of a certain point in time. There's no need to maintain a certain state. Klein smiled. Understood, this is really disappointing. This was simply too good. There's only one bookmark that needs to be verified in the entire exhibition hall, so the difficulty has plummeted. He added happily in his heart. When a guide introduced Rosel's favorite books, Klein looked around again and observed the overall layout of the exhibition hall. In order to restore the room from more than 100 years ago, there were no gas lamps around the hall. The main source of illumination was an oriel window with an iron grille a few meters away and a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. As for the brass lampstand on the desk, there were no candles placed on it. It was purely a decoration. Klein looked out the oriel window and saw the yellow and withered lawn outside, as well as a straight iron-black lamp pole. He memorized the location and cast his gaze back to the book the female guide introduced. He began to analyze the feasibility of the theft plan. One premise is that, according to Rosel's intentions, the various churches and the various ancient families that are part of the royal family don't wish to see him spread the cards of blasphemy and destroy the stable order that has existed for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, if I were the archbishop in charge of handling this matter, I would directly set fire to all the items left behind by Rosel. If the cards of blasphemy can be completely destroyed just like that, the outcome would perfectly match the wishes of the deities. If the cards of blasphemy are difficult to destroy, they would definitely expose their abnormalities after being burned. Since the items left behind by Rosel are still here, it means that he must have used some method to make everyone, including the deities, believe that he had given away all the cards of blasphemy without leaving a single one behind. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that some churches or ancient families are attempting to rely on the cards of blasphemy to make up for a particular beyonder pathway they need, but the possibility is very small. This is because this gives Rosel a chance to form a united front. There's no need for him to go to the extent of spreading the cards of blasphemy to destroy order. In that case, his diary will show a certain level of confidence and corresponding worry. It's impossible for him to only be pessimistic and think of relying on that ancient secret organization. In addition, more than 100 years have passed. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, which is in charge of these items, has already conducted countless restorative searches. Therefore, almost no one will believe that the cards of blasphemy are hidden here. In other words, the security level of this exhibition won't be too high. Furthermore, the most important point is that all of Bakeland is in a state of anxiety and panic because of that serial killer devil. The Beyonders of the three churches are conducting citywide investigations and searches. The number of people that the Machinery Hive Mind team can assign to this unimportant exhibition is definitely very limited. Yes, the thing that's most worth protecting here is Roselle's diary. Many unaffiliated Beyonders worship the Emperor, believing that those unique symbols contain a deeper mystery and have the motive and ability to steal it. Therefore, the Guardian's focus must be on that exhibition hall. When I get back, I'll do a divination above the gray fog and verify it with my analysis. However, I have to verify if it's a card of blasphemy in advance. Otherwise, if I were to take the risk and expend a lot of effort, only to steal an ordinary bookmark, I might as well go back to my grave. How should I verify it? This can't be done when I sneak in again, and there's no chance now. I have to find someone else to help me. I have to be careful. Klein followed behind the guide with a focused expression, as though he was listening very seriously. Miss Magicians, she's an apprentice. She can pass through walls and doors, similar to a master key. She's a good candidate, but she's only a sequence 9, and the mission of sneaking in to verify it is too dangerous for her. Miss Zio? No, she's not cut out for this at all. Get her to find a thief for help? No, that won't do. There are Beyonders guarding this place. There's a high chance that the thief will be caught on the spot, thus exposing the fact that someone is eyeing Roselle's bookmark. Miss Sharon? She's strong enough, and her condition is suitable for such a mission. But the problem is that the card of blasphemy is a divine item that can make most Beyonders kill each other. I still don't trust her. Klein's thoughts raced as he analyzed the helpers he could find. Gradually, he locked onto a target. Miss Justice. She comes from an extraordinary family and is a noble. Is it possible for her to use her wealth and power, to use her interest as an excuse to touch the bookmark? Yes, the chances aren't small. Furthermore, this method won't alarm anyone. It's beneficial for me to sneak in and steal it later. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found it feasible. As for the problem of how to verify it, due to the card of blasphemy's anti-divination and anti-prophecy, he could only think of one solution for the time being. That was to attempt to destroy the bookmark. Didn't anti-divination and anti-prophecy say that using similar methods on an item that hid the card of blasphemy would result in failure or interference? Wouldn't that be equivalent to confessing? What this really meant was that even if I obtained the card of blasphemy, divining it would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item. It would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item that it was pretending to be. In any case, I can't guess what kind of activation password the Emperor set. I can only use such a simple and crude method to confirm it. If the card of blasphemy can indeed be destroyed, then it can only be said that I'm temporarily not fated with it. Yes, with the Emperor's preferences, perhaps I can try an activation incantation. He once joked in his diary, "Do you want my treasure? Then I'll search for it at the end of the fog sea." And the cards of blasphemy were a type of treasure. Set activation incantation to 1. The ancient Hermes word for peace? That's not right. This way, there's no way anyone can obtain it unless a second transmigrator appears. This doesn't match the Emperor's idea of creating chaos and destroying order. Therefore, the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for pirate king. Klein gradually confirmed his thoughts and paid more attention to the layout of the exhibition hall. Under the guidance of the female guide, they left the restored study and entered another exhibition hall. After everything was over and he was free to move around, Klein asked in embarrassment, "What's up?" "Sorry, I want to know where the washroom is." "Upstairs?" "No, upstairs is the office area. Go straight down this road, then turn left, and you'll see it." The female guide politely pointed in a direction. Taking this opportunity, Klein figured out the relationship between the washroom and the exhibition halls, and he sketched out a rough layout in his mind. At noon, he left the Royal Museum without doing anything and returned to 15 Mint Street. Klein originally wanted to use the fool's tone to instruct Miss Justice and tell her that his adorer needed help, but after careful thought, he felt that it would ruin Mr. Fool's image. As an unfathomable figure, I have to appear more indifferent. I can't always ask for help on behalf of my adorer. At the very least, I can't personally mention such matters again and again. Klein thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. He decided to directly transmit the scene and voice of his adorer's request for help to Miss Justice. During this process, Mr. Fool didn't say a word. Phew! Klein exhaled, closed the curtains, rubbed his cheeks, and began praying to himself. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for a certain amount of help. I pray for someone to help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript. Help me do very little damage to it that's hard to detect, and tell me what reaction there is. In the meantime, you can silently recite the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for Pirate King. No matter who provides help, even if there's no reaction, I'm willing to give £500 as compensation. This will be deducted from the £5,000 that have yet to be paid. If there's a reaction, I'm willing to give more. After doing all of this, Klein waited for a moment before entering above the gray fog. He saw the screen of light that displayed the scene of him praying. Chapter 3:21. Emperor's Burrow, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. It was supposed to be time for piano practice, but Audrey was still sitting in front of her dressing table, imagining how she would read and memorize Roselle's diary in the evening. Suddenly, her surroundings turned hazy as an endless grayish-white fog surged out. In the middle of the gray fog was the fool's figure. Was listening to a man's prayer that was so blurry that she couldn't see him at all. I pray for some help. I pray that someone can help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript. How did Mr. Fool know that I would visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition after the museum closes today and have a chance to come into contact with certain things? Audrey listened in a daze. Although she was surprised, she didn't find it strange. With Mr. Fool's status and ability, it's very easy for him to grasp such a trivial matter. As for how he grasped it, ordinary beyonders didn't need to understand. Audrey was about to respond when she heard the fool speak in a low and calm voice. You can choose to accept this commission or not. Audrey pondered for 2 seconds. Honorable Mr. Fool, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. She wasn't too interested in the minimum reward of £500. The reason why she accepted the mission was that she was curious about what was so special about the bookmark left behind by Roselle the Great. It actually made Mr. Fool's blessed place so much importance on it, to the point of offering an uncapped price. Anyway, I'm going to read Roselle's diary today anyway, so I could do it while I'm at it. Audrey suddenly thought. In the gray fog, the fool Klein nodded slightly and replied with a single word, okay. When the illusion completely disappeared, Audrey cast her gaze to the dressing mirror, seemingly scrutinizing herself in it. She felt nervous and uneasy, but she also excitedly made plans for the evening's operation. I can't let anyone notice anything amiss. If Mr. Fool's Bless takes any action after this, I can't be the focus of suspicion. I can't just touch that bookmark. Once I lose it, all eyes will be on me. That's why I have to show the same interest and attitude towards all the items. I can't let others see that my main goal is that bookmark. The entire process has to be gentle and not abrupt. It has to be reasonable and logical. How do I cause small, unnoticeable damage? That's just a bookmark. Audrey's eyes swept over the objects placed on the dressing table without any focus. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on an open jewelry box and a pair of gem earrings decorated with fine needles. The corners of her mouth curled up a little, her eyebrows slightly curved, and she said to herself, with Susie's help, it should be enough. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Bakeland, where the sun was hard to see in this season, was already dark. The gas street lamps were lit up one after another. The Royal Museum had sent off the last batch of ordinary visitors, but it welcomed a group of visitors consisting of the Earl's daughter, the Duke's child, the young Viscount, and other people of noble status. As they knew that some of the noble children were fops who often caused trouble, Max Livermore, the captain of the Machinery Hive Mind's West District team, who was in charge of guarding the memorial exhibition, had no choice but to disguise himself as a security guard and follow them all the time to prevent any accidents. His hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a monocle. He was as refined as a university professor. The monocle was actually a sealed artifact, codenamed 3 to 1328, nicknamed Crystal Eye. Through it, Max Livermore could directly see spirits, ghosts, and shadows. He was no longer afraid of Beyonders using these normally undetectable things to cause trouble or steal. Of course, this sealed artifact also had a significant disadvantage. It was easy to attract wraiths, shadows, and other monsters nearby. If one wore it for a long period of time, their vision would be irreversibly reduced. In the gloominess of Bakeland, she's like the bright sun. At that moment, Max was looking in admiration at the blonde girl beside him. Audrey looked at the toilet bowl that was inlaid with gold foil and engraved with complicated patterns with great interest. She asked the guide beside her, "Isn't this a toilet bowl?" She asked the guide beside her, "Is this the first toilet bowl in the modern sense?" Yes, I personally believe that this is one of the outstanding contributions that Roselle made to human civilization. It and its accompanying sewer project changed the phenomenon of the streets of Trier being filled with filthy things. The guide originally wanted to say the word feces, but when he looked at the girl in front of him, he felt that he couldn't lose his elegance. Audrey deliberated before asking again, "Can I touch it? Can it still be used normally? Can it still be used? Why are you so curious about this? No matter how old it is, it's still a toilet bowl." The other nobles who were on good terms with him laughed out loud. "No, Glaint, you don't understand. This is the glory of human civilization," Audrey replied with a faint smile, but she made a vomiting gesture in her heart. "If it wasn't for completing Mr. Fool's blessed mission, I wouldn't have wanted to do this either." She sighed helplessly. The guide echoed, "That's right. Miss Hall said it very well. The glory of human civilization is not only reflected in cannons, muskets, and other weapons that have changed the form of war, but it also shines in every detail of our lives. Respected lady, I don't know if it can still be used normally, because no one uses it." As the commentator spoke, he glanced at Max Livermore. After receiving an affirmative nod, he continued, "You can touch it, or even open the water tank to take a look at the mechanical structure inside, but please be careful." "Thank you." Audrey watched as the security guards opened the glass wall. She took 2 steps forward and carefully touched the pump button with her right hand, which was wearing a white gauze glove. Then, she slowly stepped back and smiled. "All right, that's it. I've satisfied my curiosity. I can't hurt it anymore." She kept in mind that her character this time was that of an innocent and curious girl. After reading this, they entered the exhibition hall with Roselle's diary. After a round of introductions, Audrey asked again, "Can I have a look at this notebook? We're all very interested in this strange symbol." "Air. I heard that paper that exceeds a certain age will be damaged, even if it comes into contact with the air, not to mention directly touching it. It shouldn't work, right?" She blinked her eyes, making her beautiful gem-like eyes express sincerity, desire, and a little disappointment. The commentator glanced at Max Livermore again and waited for him to reply before smiling. "The church has used a special preservation method to make the paper look like it was only produced a few years ago. Even if there was no such method, we will try our best to satisfy your requests. However, you may need to change your environment and change your clothes and go through a more stringent process. You can turn it, but don't take too long. Don't use too much force." Audrey's eyes instantly lit up, and no one could take their eyes off her. After thanking him sincerely, she opened the glass cover with Viscount Glaint and the other mysticism enthusiasts and carefully flipped through the notebook. Audrey tried her best to remember, but because the symbols were too complicated, she could only remember a limited number of them in a short period of time. There's about 2 pages of content in total. I wonder if there's a way to make a copy. Her thoughts wandered, and she gave her seat to her companions on the periphery. Just like that, she made a request to carefully admire something in every hall, and her request was basically fulfilled. After walking for a while, they arrived at the restored study. Audrey maintained her previous state, asking a few questions from time to time, fully displaying her curiosity. When the guide introduced the creative manuscript, her eyes lit up and she said, "That's right. Can I look through it? I want to see what the great inventor, Roselle's manuscript, looks like and what wonderful ideas it contains." "No problem, beautiful Miss Hall, Honorable Viscount Glant. You can all flip through it. Heh. If any of you are devout believers of the church, you can even apply for a copy," the guide answered according to Max's hint. As a believer of the goddess, Audrey could only respond with a faint smile. It wasn't convenient for her to speak. At the same time, she pretended to stroke her hair and reached out to touch her right ear, quietly removing the earring. Then, the glass covering the desk opened. Audrey took a step forward, pressed down on the manuscript, and pretended to casually pull out the bookmark. She then casually flipped a page. At that moment, Susie, who had received her hint, suddenly barked from another direction. "Woof! Woof! Woof!" Everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Audrey lowered her arm and used the ear stud in her palm to stab at the bookmark in her hand. She silently recited the words "Pirate King," once in Hermes and once in ancient Hermes. The sharp needle-like ornament touched the surface of the bookmark. Just as it was about to penetrate deep into the other side, Audrey immediately felt a strong and illusory resistance. Abnormal resistance. The resistance disappeared in a flash, and the thin needle left a small mark, nearly piercing through. There's really a reaction. It's really odd. Audrey's eyes narrowed, and she didn't dare to try again. She raised her hand and placed the bookmark on the table. Then, she looked at Susie and calmly instructed her maid, "Annie, yes. Take it to the washroom." "Yes, Mississippi." Annie quickly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. "Yes, Mississippi." Annie hurriedly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. Clang! Taking this opportunity, Audrey threw the earring in her hand to the ground and turned her head. "Sorry, I dropped my earring." Another maid hurriedly came over, picked up the earring, and helped her put it back on. This interlude was over in a flash, and everyone's attention returned to the manuscript. After they had roughly flipped through it, Security Officer Max Livermore hurriedly clipped the bookmark back in and closed the glass cover again. In the next few exhibition halls, Audrey remained very interested. Just like before, she didn't show any abnormalities. After leaving the museum and returning home, she found an opportunity to recite the fool's honorific name and report the outcome of the matter. "I did as your adorer requested and damaged the bookmark a little." Chapter 322. There's an abnormal reaction? It looks like it really is a card of blasphemy. Upon receiving the reply, Klein, who was above the gray fog, was first delighted before he exclaimed inexplicably, "Miss Justice is way too efficient, isn't she? I only commissioned the mission in the afternoon, but she completed the verification in the evening. Furthermore, this is clearly past the closing hours of the Royal Museum. Telepathist definitely doesn't have any infiltration type beyond her powers either. Man, her family's power is probably greater than I imagined. Thankfully, there weren't any strange phenomena during the verification. Otherwise, Miss Justice would have to pretend to be innocent and hand over the card. And this means that I'm not fated with the treasure. Nothing is 100% certain." As his thoughts flashed, Klein heard Miss Justice's follow-up question. "Mr. Fool, what secret is that bookmark hiding?" "Well, if your adorer isn't willing to give an answer, just pretend that I didn't ask. Of course, it's hiding the secret of a card of blasphemy." Klein sighed with emotion in his heart. After careful thought, he decided to wait until he obtained the card of blasphemy before replying to Miss Justice. He didn't want her to be too shocked and show any abnormalities which would negatively affect his actions. Klein wasn't in a hurry to return to the real world. He sat in the silent and empty ancient palace, thinking about when and how to take action. Miss Justice has caused some damage to the bookmark, and I don't know if it will be discovered in the future, or if the bookmark will slowly show signs of abnormality and attract attention. Therefore, I can't delay or wait. It's best if I take action tonight. After having all sorts of thoughts for a while, Klein gradually came to a decision. Following that, He conjured the layout of the first floor of the Royal Museum and the general environment of the surroundings based on the results of his morning observations. Looking at the blueprint, Klein began to deduce different plans of action, and he quickly established a relatively safe plan. Finally, he did another divination to confirm the level of danger. Seeing that there were no changes, he returned to the real world and began to make various preparations. Klein's original plan was to respond to himself by drawing the pattern in his memory and forging a similar bookmark. After he infiltrated, he would replace it to ensure that no one would notice or know about this matter for a long time. When it happened, there would be no way to trace it back to him. However, after repeated deliberation, he felt that it wasn't a good idea. As long as a fake bookmark was discovered, the most suspicious person would be Miss Justice, who had touched the original bookmark today. I can't put Miss Justice at great risk for the sake of treasures. She's doing this to help me. Klein finally thought of a way to prevent Miss Justice from being suspected. That was, not only did he steal the bookmark he needed, but he also stole the surrounding bookmarks, including some of the lighter books. Phew! Having made his preparations, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He patiently waited for the time after 9 o'clock before midnight. If it was too early, the surrounding people wouldn't be asleep yet, so they wouldn't be able to fulfill the requirements of his plan. If it was too late, there would be almost no pedestrians on the streets. Just walking on the streets would make it easy for him to be suspected. And during this period of time, due to the serial murders, all of Bakeland was in a state of lockdown. This was beneficial to Klein's operation, but it was also disadvantageous. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hands kept moving. As the night deepened and the crimson moon appeared, they finally exceeded 9 o'clock. Klein put away the master key and other items, picked up his cane, and first went to East Borough to change his attire. Then he took a rental carriage a few times and arrived at a place that was quite a distance away from Kings Avenue in West Borough. And at this moment, an hour and 35 minutes had passed. His original plan wasn't actually like this. He wanted to use the method of summoning himself and responding to himself to become a spirit body. He would then use his extreme speed to fly across the distance from Sherwood Borough to West Borough, and then sneak into the Royal Museum. With the help of that uniqueness, he would be able to succeed without anyone noticing. However, he eventually gave up on this plan because of the potential and high risk. Bakeland had high-sequence beyonders, and there was more than one of them. In a situation where the serial murders had left people in a state of panic without being solved for a long time, there might be high-sequence beyonders who were consciously using their beyonder powers or the corresponding sealed items to monitor certain areas. And the distance from Sherwood Borough to West Borough wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The chances of a special spirit body flying over wasn't low. This couldn't be completely ignored just because the divination results said that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high. This was because divination didn't give an intuitive answer, but a revelation that needed to be interpreted. In other words, the outcome of there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high, required a premise, and that was that he had made a relatively good choice. Therefore, to be cautious, Klein modified his original plan, but he retained the core idea. 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. On the polygonal roof, there were 4 security personnel in woolen coats. They endured the cold wind of the late autumn night and carefully examined their respective directions. Once someone approached the museum, it would be difficult to hide from their eyes, even if they used the shadows of the trees and houses as cover. Just from this arrangement, it could be seen that the security company that had accepted the commission was very professional. There's still half an hour before the rotation starts. A security personnel looked down at his companions who were patrolling the building and trembled. Inside the museum, the remaining security personnel were divided into 4 batches. They followed different routes and patrolled the various exhibition halls at intervals. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was stored, the Machinery Hive Mind Team's captain, Max Livermore, wore a monocle that allowed him to see wraiths, shadows, and other spirit-type monsters. He carried a lantern and went back and forth to check on the situation. From time to time, he would go somewhere else to confirm the situation. His two subordinates remained in the small hall beside Roselle's diary. However, there was an additional item placed on the glass cabinet. It was a pile of colorful building blocks that formed a miniature picture of the first floor of the museum. This was also a sealed item. As long as the deformable building blocks were pieced together into a corresponding building, it could establish a connection with the real thing. Once someone intruded, it would immediately shrink. Of course, there were many limitations to this. It wouldn't do if the distance was too far, and it wouldn't do if the number of building blocks it had wasn't enough. And the people and objects inside were almost unable to leave without external help. Captain, do you think someone will really steal this notebook? I don't understand it all. A team member asked out of boredom when he saw Max return with a lantern. Max smiled. Some people worship Roselle very fervently. It's not something you can understand. Some of them believe that they can crack it, but they just need more reference. Some believe that the symbols themselves contain mysterious powers. As long as they find the right combination, they will obtain beyonder powers. In previous exhibitions, such criminals would be caught from time to time. That's why we didn't take the diary away and placed it in the sealed land. Are we waiting for someone to surrender themselves? Another team member asked in enlightenment. Max nodded. Who wouldn't want a merit that's right in front of them? 18 Kings Avenue, outside the building near the crossroads. Klein followed the shadows and sheltered areas, occasionally using the master key to walk in a straight line before finally arriving. He took out the simple brass key again, aimed it at the kitchen door, and silently twisted it. As the water rippled imperceptibly, Klein entered and passed through every door and wall he saw. Without alerting anyone, he found a storage room. This master key is really useful. It's just that the previous two owners got lost in dangerous places, so I didn't dare to carry it around with me. Klein sighed and put away the brass key. With the servant's bedroom beside him, he took out the holy night powder and released its spirituality to seal the entire storage room, preventing the commotion inside from escaping. Then, he took out a candle and placed it on the box in front of him. Ha! He snapped his fingers, causing a pale blue spirituality flame to emit from his fingertips. After the candle wick was lit, he summoned himself according to the ritualistic magic process and went above the gray fog to respond to himself. In less than a minute, Klein floated in the room. Opposite him was his body whose eyes had lost their luster. After familiarizing himself with this feeling, he rapped the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle, making his spirit body more stable and powerful. A cold wind began to swirl in the room. At the same time, he also used this power to slightly change the appearance of his illusory spirit body, making it seem as though he had painted his face with a layer of paint. After doing all of this, Klein took a box of common matches he had bought on the street, cut a transparent door in the wall of spirituality, and walked out. Let's go. He silently encouraged himself, and like a real ghost, he passed through one residential house after another and successfully arrived at the periphery of the Royal Museum. There was no need for him to activate his spirit vision. In this state, he could clearly see every security guard. Their auras and emotional colors betrayed them without any reservations. After finding the withered lawn and the iron-black lamppost that faced the exhibition hall's window, Klein didn't swagger over while ordinary people couldn't see him. Instead, he followed the shadows and followed a route that was difficult to see. He passed through the tree carvings and obstacles before carefully arriving at his destination. He stuck to the wall. He couldn't guarantee that there weren't any members of the machinery hive mind among the security guards. And at this moment, the 4 security guards who were carefully examining the areas they were in charge of on the roof were like real blind people, unable to discover anything. Klein didn't directly enter the exhibition hall. This was because his spiritual perception and intuition told him that the museum's first floor was enveloped by a mysterious power, and also because he couldn't confirm if there were any beyonders inside. He followed his plan and circled to the other side, to a bathroom that was closer to the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was. He threw the box of matches he carried with him into the vent. Chapter 323. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was placed, the 2 machinery hive mind team members suddenly heard a clattering sound. They turned their heads at the same time, and looked at the sealed artifact that looked like it was pieced together from building blocks on the glass display case. In the scale model of the first floor of the museum, a gray dot was constantly flashing. There's an additional inanimate object in the nearest bathroom. One of the team members made a clear judgment. The other team member relaxed a little, frowned, and said in a guessing tone, "A dead leaf blown in by the wind? It's possible." The team member who had spoken first nodded and said, "Wait, let the passing security personnel check it and confirm the situation. Captain told us to stay here and not leave no matter what happens, especially not by ourselves." If they encountered the most urgent situation, they could evacuate with Roselle's diary. All right, his companion had no objections to this. In the office area on the second floor of the museum, Klein was like a floating ghost, passing through one wall after another and flying toward the top of the restored study. However, he didn't fly too fast. He kept sensing the fire seed downstairs and calculating the distance. When the straight line between the 2 points was close to 30 meters, he raised his illusory and transparent right hand and silently snapped his fingers. In a washroom on the first floor, the box of matches suddenly exploded with a small rumbling sound. Immediately following that, scarlet flames leaped up, igniting the tissue, the potted plant, and the wooden door. The raging fire didn't spread for the time being, but its momentum was shocking enough. Nearby, the security personnel who heard the sound immediately rushed towards the location. In the exhibition hall, which was monitoring the entire situation on the first floor, the two machinery hive mind team members also saw the flames in the model at the same time. They subconsciously rushed over, trying to extinguish the fire and also preparing to capture the culprit behind the chaos. However, they stopped after taking 2 steps. At the same time, they remembered their captain's instructions. No matter what happens, don't leave this exhibition hall. Don't leave Roselle's diary. They looked at each other, warily looked at the 2 entrances to the exhibition hall, and quietly took out their own Beyonder weapons. As Beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, they never lacked equipment. At that moment, Max Livermore, who was patrolling the different exhibition halls on the first floor with a lantern, also noticed the commotion. Without thinking, he rushed towards the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was. Ensuring the safety of the items was a higher priority than catching the intruder. Furthermore, Max believed that no matter what the other party's goal was, as long as they entered the first floor of the house that was affected by the sealed artifact and entered the various exhibition halls, it wouldn't be easy for them to leave. If there were no helpers outside, the intruder would be trapped here until he died. Even with help, it would take a long time to get rid of the effect. Once you enter, you will be the prey that has stepped into the trap. Max Livermore ran quickly, passing through one exhibition hall after another before he finally saw the figures of his 2 companions. At this time, Klein, who was on the second floor of the museum, had already passed through the door and the wall according to the layout in his memory. He arrived at the top of the restored study. He wasn't in a hurry to carry out his follow-up actions. Instead, he looked down from above. As the stone slab was relatively thick, Klein wasn't able to vaguely confirm if there were any auras or emotional colors beneath it. All he could do was spread his arms, fall forward, and silently lay on the ground. His illusory and transparent figure quickly blurred and melted into the floor. On the ceiling of the first floor that had a huge crystal chandelier hanging from it, a faint, almost invisible face suddenly appeared. This strange face looked down at the exhibition hall, its eyes constantly moving, taking in all the scenes in every corner of the film area. No Beyonders, no security personnel. Klein mumbled. His entire figure penetrated the ceiling, and in a half-flying, half-descending manner, he landed in front of the glass-covered Roselle's desk. He scanned it, and without hesitation, he reached out with both hands, grabbing the bookmark in the creative manuscript and the bookmark that looked like a child's doodle. This was to prevent a powerful Beyonder from using magical means to retrace the scene here. Therefore, he wanted to show that he didn't know which bookmark was abnormal, so that the investigators wouldn't suspect Miss Justice, who had only touched one bookmark. With the augmentation of Aztec's copper whistle, his spirit body passed through the glass cover with a slight sluggishness. He firmly grabbed the two bookmarks and wrapped them in his spirit body. After doing this, Klein felt much more at ease. He no longer had any obvious nervousness or tension. He reached out with both hands again to grab the other bookmarks. Wah, wah, wah. The loud and shrill cry of a baby suddenly echoed in the exhibition hall. It was so illusory, as if it came from a place far, far away. Klein's body suddenly stiffened, as if a lake had encountered an ultra-low temperature. It was obvious that it had frozen. He, who was in his spirit body state, seemed to be frozen. Wah, wah, wah. Accompanying the baby's cries were black slits. They surrounded Klein like a discontinuous iron fence. In the blink of an eye, one of the black slits split open, revealing an eyeball covered in blood vessels. In the center of the eyeball was a deep pupil, and there were small white worms that were constantly wriggling and crawling about. 1, 2, 3. The black slits opened one after another, and one strange eyeball after another appeared in midair. They were densely packed as they coldly and mercilessly stared at Klein. With their appearance, everything around them froze. Even the illusory spirit body was unable to penetrate. Klein even found it difficult to sense the existence of the spirit world. He found it difficult to see the different transparent figures that were infinitely high up in the sky. He found it difficult to see the different colors that contained a lot of knowledge. Why did you only take the bookmarks? A gentle but emotionless female voice sounded in Klein's ears. He stood rooted to the ground. Right in front of him was a tall bookshelf with 2 levels that almost reached the ceiling. There was a staircase and a passageway that surrounded many books. Among them, at the top of the staircase, sat a figure shrouded in darkness. The figure's feet, which were clad in black leather boots, hung down, leaning against the wooden staircase as it hung in midair. I actually didn't sense her existence at all. Is this a powerhouse from the machinery hive mind? No, maybe it's a high-sequence beyonder. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein didn't answer and narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did you only take the bookmarks? Where did you learn to take the bookmarks? The figure asked again, this time with a hint of sternness amidst the gentleness. The surrounding bloodshot eyeballs rapidly expanded, as though they were about to occupy the entire space. Before she could finish her sentence, Klein's face, which looked like it had been smeared with oil, suddenly revealed a wide smile. His illusory, almost transparent figure instantly disappeared, his whereabouts unknown. Even Aztec's copper whistle and the 2 bookmarks that were wrapped around his spirit body disappeared. Above the gray fog, in the towering and magnificent ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared at the end of the long, mottled table. He leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Thankfully, I'm prepared. His spirit body state wasn't a result of his own beyonder powers, nor did it come from the inner conversion of his physical body and spirit body. This was a product of his summoning and responding to his own ritual. And the power of this ritual stemmed from the mysterious space above the gray fog, stemming from its uniqueness. Therefore, as long as Klein succeeded, there was no need for him to attempt to escape. He could directly end the summoning and return above the gray fog. Then, from there, he could instantly return to his physical body in the real world. This was because the space above the gray fog could isolate the powers of the eternal blazing sun, the true creator, and other deities. Therefore, Klein believed that without the interference of the deities, the summoning wouldn't be interrupted. As long as the other party didn't immediately kill his spirit body or knock him unconscious, Klein was confident that he could escape. This was also the reason why he didn't want to make a long trek over after becoming a spirit body. The interval was too long, and there were too many variables. The faint crimson moonlight shone in through the window. The woman sitting at the top of a flight of stairs between the bookshelves looked silently at the table in front of her. She looked at the spot where Klein had been. The cries of the babies and the eyeballs around her had vanished. After an unknown period of time, the top of the stairs suddenly became empty, as though no one had ever been there. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was stored, Max Livermore said to his 2 teammates, "Guard this place well. You guys guard this place. I'll go find the guy who snuck in. He must still be trapped by the power of the sealed artifact somewhere on the first floor." As he spoke, he looked at the sealed artifact and the model on the first floor of the museum. He wanted to find the red that belonged to the infiltrator and quickly lock onto his location. However, no matter how he looked and counted, he couldn't find anything amiss. The number of people hadn't increased at all. Max Livermore froze on the spot. 18 Kings Avenue, in the storage room of a wealthy merchant. Klein's eyes lit up once again, and the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. He left the bookmark and Aztec's copper whistle above the gray fog and returned to his body to save time. After extinguishing the candles and ending the ritual, Klein cleaned up the scene. He used a specially concocted potion to neutralize the smell of the holy night powder and the essential oil extract from the ritual. After doing all of this, he removed the wall of spirituality and let the wind blow away the remaining traces. Following that, he took out the master key and passed through the houses to take a rental carriage in the distance. After using his cane to determine the direction to prevent himself from getting lost and returning to the Royal Museum or a particular cathedral, Klein began to move forward quickly, constantly using the master key to open doors and walls. After walking in a straight line for a while, he suddenly couldn't grasp his location. I'll leave in 2 more houses. If I'm no longer on Kings Avenue, I'll find a rental carriage or do another divination. I'll immediately study the card of blasphemy when I get home. Klein quickly made a decision. He placed the brass key against the wall and gently twisted it. An invisible ripple spread out as he arrived at the house next door to the townhouse. At that moment, his nose twitched as he smelled the strong smell of blood. The strong smell of blood. Klein frowned and looked up. He saw a lady in the living room in front of him. The lady's expression was filled with pain. There was a huge wound on her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 3:24. The 12th time, that devil killer. The instant he saw the corpse and heard the sound, Klein's hair stood on end. He knew that he had encountered something bad. In his line of sight, the living room's decorations were mainly bright yellow. There was nothing unusual about the coffee table, sofa, and other items. Only the carpet was stained with bright red blood that was slowly soaking through. There was nothing inside the wound on the abdomen of the female corpse, and there was a large black dog squatting next to it. Its mouth was half open, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth that made people shiver. On each of its teeth, there were dark red marks that looked like rust. It seemed to be the result of eating flesh for a long time without cleaning it often. At this moment, the large black dog's teeth were still wrapped in blood-colored intestines, with shredded raw meat clustered around them. Its head moved over, and its magma-like eyes reflected Klein, who was dressed like a worker, as well as his disguised face. Gasp! The large black dog let out a threatening growl. It's really an animal. It's a Sequence 6 devil, a devil that's about to advance. And the preparations I made today weren't aimed at it. These thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Suddenly, the black dog's body rapidly expanded, turning into a monster that was 2 to 3 meters tall. On its back, a pair of huge bat wings slowly spread open, and goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew beside its ears. Within its moist and shiny fur, scarlet flames with a tinge of blue leaped out, and the strong smell of sulfur spread out. Almost at the same time, Klein stomped on the ground, and instead of retreating, he swung his cane and charged at the devil dog like a cannonball. Rip! The black devil dog quickly pounced forward, its spiked claws leaving after images as it struck Klein. Without a sound, its claws pierced through the figure as if it was piercing through air. Klein's figure dimmed and quickly became transparent. This was just an illusion. It was an illusion created by Klein, and at this moment, he had already rolled on the ground and approached the oriel window. Then, with a push of his left hand, his entire body soared into the air and slammed straight into the glass. After identifying who the enemy was, he made up his mind to escape immediately. Seeing this, the demon hound's lava-like eyes suddenly lit up, as if there were flames burning in them. It opened its mouth and spat out a word filled with filth. It was a word from the demon language. Die! Puff! Klein's body suddenly froze, and his heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. The figure that was frozen in midair instantly became thin and faint, turning into a crudely cut paper doll. The paper doll was covered in red rust, mottled red rust. Clang! Crack! Amidst the two sounds that were indistinguishable, Klein's figure reappeared. He smashed through the oriel window and pounced on the edge of the street made of stone slabs outside. The paper doll slowly floated down and ignited a flame that smelled of sulfur. The demonic dog growled and pounced on the windowsill again. A crimson fireball with a hint of blue flew out of its mouth and blasted toward the enemy's escape route. As soon as Klein landed, he immediately rolled again. The crimson fireball smashed to the side, but it didn't explode immediately. It seemed to be affected by an invisible force and slowed down. Boom! Only after Klein had fled a certain distance did the fireball expand and explode, shattering the surrounding stone slabs. Seeing that the demon hound was about to chase after him, Klein was already prepared and opened his mouth. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Save me! Murder! Save me!" This voice seemed to have a special effect. It echoed far away in the quiet night, waking up the residents of the entire street and reaching the ears of the patrolman 2 streets away. The demon hound paused in its pouncing stance. After thinking for a second, it returned to the room and began to clean up the scene. Klein's running figure instantly disappeared amidst the cries of "murder" and "save me." In a nearby house, in the fireplace that had long been extinguished, the remaining charcoal suddenly reignited and soared into an exaggerated flame. As though he was performing a magic trick, Klein flashed into the ball of flames. With a gentle leap, he jumped out with his cane. Then, he used the master key to open doors and walls, quickly escaping in another direction. Phew! At a time like this, calling for help without beyond her power is much more useful than using simulated gunshots. Sighing, Klein took out a bottle of amantha extract and dripped a few drops on himself. Because the original race of the demon was a dog, he had to be wary of the other party's special ability of tracking by smell. Just like that, he passed through another intersection before Klein stopped and looked around. Seeing that it was relatively quiet and unaffected, he hurriedly walked to the side of the street and hired a rental carriage. After the carriage traveled a long distance in the middle of the night, Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the demon wouldn't chase after him. The master key is really strange. It actually made me lose my way and end up at the scene of a murder. I have to be very, very careful when I use it in the future. That really is an animal that has transformed into a demon. Where did its potion and formula come from? Does it have a human companion? How did it choose its targets for the serial murders back then? What's gratifying is that after confirming this, it will be much more difficult for it to commit crimes, and the chances of it being caught will increase greatly. Thoughts and questions popped up in Klein's mind as the carriage sped along the wide and empty road between the gas lamps. Suddenly, Klein's heart stirred as an image naturally surfaced in his mind. Pea vines hung down from the sky, interweaving into a dense forest road. However, the coachman didn't notice it as he continued to drive the carriage over the green plants. Not good. Without hesitation, Klein pounced towards the window and was about to jump onto the street. Bang! The carriage shook and he was bounced back. At the same time, the pea vines really hung down. Klein frowned and tried to control the flames to ignite the carriage, but he couldn't make any sound when he snapped his fingers. At this moment, the surroundings had become abnormally quiet. Even the sound of the horses' hooves trampling on the green plants and the wheels rolling over them had disappeared. Klein tried his best to calm himself down. He looked out the window and saw that the carriage had already traveled along the road formed by the pea vines and was in midair. This isn't Bakeland. He narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Outside the window was a seat that looked like a hammock formed by the pea vines in midair. A pair of feet in black leather boots hung down from there, and a gentle but emotionless voice entered Klein's ears. "What were you doing just now?" It's that woman from the museum. I suspect she's a high-sequence beyonder. She doesn't seem to recognize me. After all, I used Aztec's copper whistle as a disguise. She probably came over to check after hearing the cries for help. Klein's thoughts became abnormally active at that moment. He deliberately swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm a private detective. I'm a private investigator. I'm with a lot of friends. We're investigating the recent serial murder case. I have a mystical item called the Master Key. It can open doors and pass through walls, but it will cause one to get lost." It was during this process that I directly bumped into the crime scene. As I wasn't a match for her, I could only run and shout for help. "Everything I said is the truth," Klein silently added in his heart. After he said that, there was a short period of no response from outside. However, he felt a gaze penetrate the carriage, passing through the obstruction and directly examining the items he was carrying. Thankfully, I left Aztec's copper whistle and the bookmark above the gray fog to be safe. At this moment, Klein was rejoicing. Being cautious and careful is indeed useful. After the indescribable and excruciating silence, the gentle but emotionless female voice finally spoke. "That key has a certain curse. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary." Just as she said that, everything around her suddenly changed. The pea vine, the forest path, and the path that led to Midair all disappeared. The carriage continued driving on the street between the elegant iron-black gas lamps. Klein kept his heart in his mouth until the carriage arrived near Eastborough. He paid the fare of 8 soldi. Under normal circumstances, a rental carriage wouldn't enter any streets in Eastborough because it was very likely to be robbed. In the one-bedroom apartment on Black Palm Street, Klein changed his clothes and went straight to bed. He didn't attempt to return to Minsk Street after midnight. With the appearance of the 12th murder, the situation in Bakeland would definitely be more tense. There would definitely be all sorts of investigations outside. He also didn't immediately go above the gray fog to study the secret of the bookmark. He acted as he had described to the mysterious woman, that he was only a low-sequence private detective with some beyonder powers. Tonight was really full of surprises. It was quite exciting. I just stole something. Yes, most of the problems are to be blamed on the Master Key. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he breathed in the choking and irritating fog as he slowly returned home. He also took out the newspapers and letters from the mailbox. After opening the door, he casually flipped open the newspaper and found the headline on the front page, as expected, "The 12th case. The devil has reappeared." The police claimed to have locked onto the murderer. As for the theft of the Royal Museum's exhibit, it was only mentioned in an inconspicuous place. It didn't even mention what was stolen. The letter without a stamp that came with the newspaper was a water bill. Klein had to pay it himself. He glanced at it, threw it on the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to boil water for a bath. When the steam filled the bathroom, he took the opportunity to take 4 steps counterclockwise and go above the gray fog. Inside the towering ancient palace, Klein sat down and picked up the bookmark that depicted the image of Emperor Roselle. Chapter 325. From its appearance, there was nothing special about the bookmark. Roselle's portrait could be seen everywhere in the memorial exhibition. It was the same for the emperor's image and his middle-aged state. Klein examined it a few times and found a tiny mark that had been poked out. He confirmed that it was the bookmark that Miss Justice had verified. He attempted to spread his spirituality and slowly inject it, but just like with ordinary items, his spirituality only flowed and blanketed it. It didn't seep into it, nor did it cause any abnormalities. That's right. Roselle's idea is to find a fated person. He wouldn't specifically limit it to beyonders. Klein thought for a moment and switched to Faysac's deep pronunciation. Pirate King. The bookmark still didn't react. He tried using ancient Faysac, Intis, and Rouen, but he received the same result. As for Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and other mystical domains languages, Klein could only give it a try without much hope due to the limited target. Without a doubt, he failed. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Faysac's language to translate. One piece. The bookmark lay quietly in his palm, showing no signs of abnormality. Klein followed the process from before and tried again in different languages, only to encounter constant setbacks. From the looks of it, my initial guess was wrong. The young Roselle might have joked about One Piece, but he might not have done so in his old age. People will eventually age and change. Klein reflected on his mistake and tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger, trying to infer the activation method from the information revealed in the diary. After a while, he conjured a pen and paper and recorded the process of his thinking to avoid any confusion and contradictions. On this matter, Roselle was both crazy and desperate, and he clearly showed his bad taste. The description of fated person gets it, which doesn't match the current language habits of the world, is proof of that. Therefore, it can be confirmed that he really wanted someone to discover the uniqueness of the card of blasphemy by chance. Since that's the case, the way to open it shouldn't be too hard to imagine. It's possible for it to appear in daily life. What Roselle needs are coincidences. For example, when you hold a worthless bookmark and read out a specific word, then, congratulations, you've obtained a fortuitous encounter. This is very much in line with his bad taste. According to this logic, different cards of blasphemy should have different activation incantations. Using a single word to activate all the cards of blasphemy clearly isn't Roselle's style. What is the activation incantation for this card? First of all, we can rule out the ones that are commonly used and spoken at all times. Also, when creating the cards of blasphemy, Roselle's state was one of despair, madness, reluctance, struggle, and anger. I could try to put myself in that state of mind and pretend that I was Roselle at that time. Imagine what kind of activation method I would set up. Klein put down his fountain pen and acted as Roselle in an attempt to find inspiration. He first used the languages of various countries and ancient Faceac to try curses and words of hope, but he shamefully failed. Following that, he tried to figure out what a powerhouse on the brink of despair would be most reluctant to part with. His wife, Matilda? Such a flirtatious fellow shouldn't have deep feelings for his first wife. His children? His eldest daughter, Bernadette, his eldest son, Seal, his second son, Bornova. According to the diary, what he couldn't let go of the most was likely his daughter, Bernadette, who might become an important figure in the mysterious world. Klein paused, took a deep breath, and prepared to make a new attempt. Bernadette, he said in Intis. The bookmark didn't respond. Klein switched to Ron, Highlander, and Faceac, but he still failed to obtain the desired result. He sighed, and with a deep voice, he spoke the corresponding ancient Faceac syllables. Bernadette. This name echoed above the empty and silent gray fog without anything special about it. Just as Klein was searching for new inspiration, he suddenly felt the bookmark in his hand sink. It immediately formed an invisible vortex that frantically absorbed Klein's psyche. To an ordinary person, this was a huge burden, but to a Sequence 7 magician, it wasn't a serious drain. Klein easily passed this stage and couldn't hide his joy as he looked at the item in his palm. On the bookmark, a bright light rose bit by bit, and the image of Emperor Roselle outside took on a brand new look. He sat on an ancient stone throne, wearing a black crown inlaid with all kinds of gems on his head. He wore pitch-black armor and a cloak of the same color. He held a scepter in his hand, and his eyes were cold as he looked forward. On the upper left corner of the bookmark, a line of text condensed from the resplendent starlight. Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Sequence 0. Indeed, it hides the secret of God. The Dark Emperor is actually a Sequence 0. Klein held back a smile as he thought with mixed emotions and surprise. Following that, the bookmark became three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The book moved without any wind, revealing an image of Roselle wearing a white hood. Beside it was the corresponding description in ancient Faceac. Sequence 9, Lawyer. Good at discovering and using loopholes in the rules and weaknesses of the opponent. Possesses excellent eloquence and logical reasoning. Potion formula. Klein glanced at the formula ingredients and reached out to touch it without looking at it carefully. The book flipped. Sequence 8, Barbarian. Problems that cannot be resolved with the law must be resolved with force. This is also a type of rule. Beyonders of this sequence have a high resistance to mental influences. Potion formula. With Klein's touch, the book produced by the card of blasphemy flipped page after page. Sequence 7, Briber. Sequence 6, Baron of Corruption. Sequence 5, Mentor of Confusion. Sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen. Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage. Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. Sequence 1, Prince of Disorder. Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. After skimming through it, Klein couldn't help but sigh. This really hides the mystery of becoming a god. It's no wonder Beyonders of this pathway will attempt to establish a kingdom and walk the land when they reach high sequence Beyonders. Because the ritual to become a god required this. To advance from sequence 1 Prince of Disorder to Black Emperor, the ritual required was to have a country of one's own. One's name had to be associated with the title of emperor, making it common knowledge for the people. Furthermore, one needed to establish a set of strict and complicated rules that violated normal circumstances, including the architectural style. Following that, one had to drive the people to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums. Then, one would enter one of them and consume the sequence 0 potion in the corresponding sacrificial ritual that was spread across different cities. Once the advancement was successful, the Dark Emperor wouldn't truly die before the 9 secret mausoleums were destroyed. Even if he died, he could still awaken from one of the mausoleums. What was even more terrifying was that even if he successfully slew a god and destroyed all 9 mausoleums, as long as there was a certain amount of the order established by the deity, he could still mysteriously revive. This seemed to be a loophole of death. To completely obliterate him, the best way was to have a new Dark Emperor appear. That's a deity, and mortals are unable to resist a deity, even an angel. Those who haven't become a deity will never be able to imagine the power of a deity. Roselle mentioned a few words with deep meaning at the end. In addition, Klein also knew one thing. Once a pathway had a sequence 0 true god, it was impossible for a sequence 1 Beyonder to appear. If there was no sequence 0, then there would be at most 3 sequence 1 Beyonders in the same pathway. This was a detail of the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. According to the description of the 10 sequences of the card of blasphemy, the Dark Emperor, Klein could clearly tell that the greatest characteristic of this pathway was that it would gradually evolve into the shadow of order. Roselle also mentioned that after advancing to a high sequence Beyonder, holding this card of blasphemy would produce a subtle reaction with the Beyonder ingredients one needed. Of course, this was only limited to the corresponding high-sequence Beyonders of the Dark Emperor pathway. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Klein watched as the card of blasphemy thinned back into a poker card. However, it was no longer in disguise. On the surface, it was Roselle sitting on the stone throne. Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Klein fell silent for a few seconds and sighed silently. The greatest use of this card for me is to exchange the formula for the items I need. Secondly, it's some knowledge regarding deities and sequences. Other than that, there's almost nothing else it can be used for. At least this way, as the leader of the tarot, as the fool, I'm no longer an empty shell. I've grasped the pathway of the divine, so it's not like I can't even produce a high-sequence formula. I remember that at the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, the lady who's suspected to have an artisan backing her has been asking to buy the Barbarian Potion formula. As his thoughts churned, Klein looked at Roselle on the Dark Emperor card and suddenly laughed. He uses his own image for every sequence. How narcissistic. I'm suddenly very curious about what the corresponding card of blasphemy of the Demonist pathway would look like. Reining in his thoughts, Klein destroyed the other bookmark he had picked up in passing and realized that it was just an ordinary bookmark. After doing all of this, he changed his sitting posture and leaned back in his chair. In response to Miss Justice's prayer last night, he said in a low and calm voice, Chapter 3:26. Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's house, in the dining room. As per usual, Audrey was praying before the meal with her father, mother, and brother. Praise the lady! She tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, ending her prayers with this sentence. However, before she could finish her sentence, a thick gray fog filled her vision that was covered by her eyelids. A figure that looked down at everyone and everything spoke in a distant and dignified manner. That's a card of blasphemy created by Roselle. Mr. Fool, card of blasphemy? Audrey, who had finally received a response, was delighted at first before she was slightly stunned. She didn't understand what the so-called card of blasphemy was referring to. However, she quickly had a guess. She had always known that Roselle the Great had created a hidden deck of cards that symbolized some unknown power. There were a total of 22 cards, and they were considered to be the reference for tarot cards. Furthermore, she had heard from the Hanging Man that the secret hidden in the deck of cards was the path of the divine, the path to godhood. So it's called the card of blasphemy. It corresponds to the blasphemy slate. This is definitely the top treasure in the mysterious world. The path of the divine. It's no wonder that Mr. Fool's Adorer had to seek help to ensure that it was really that card before taking action. This was to prevent any mistakes from happening and not obtaining the right target. Instead, it would make the Church of Steam realize that a particular bookmark was hiding a card of blasphemy. I wonder if he succeeded. The Beyonders of the Church of Steam didn't come to make the routine inquiries. Perhaps he's still plotting. As her body trembled, Audrey saw a praying figure in the thick gray fog. It was an extremely blurry figure. He was saying respectfully, "The great fool, please convey my gratitude to the verifier. This allowed my operation to go very smoothly. For this, I'm willing to raise the remuneration to £3,000. It will be deducted from the £5,000 that have yet to be paid. This is the share that the other party deserves." Success? He succeeded just like that? But when I looked at the front pages of the newspapers just now, there wasn't any news of an exhibit being stolen. It was all about the appearance of the 12th victim in the serial murder case. To raise the reward to £3,000, it means that Mr. Fool's bless operation has indeed succeeded. He took away the bookmark with the card of blasphemy without anyone noticing. How handsome! Although Roselle the Great's invention of this term wasn't elegant enough, it wasn't reserved enough, and it didn't match the status of noble, but it was the only thing I felt right now. Our tarot has grasped the complete path of the divine. It should be complete, right? Which one would it be? But no matter what, this symbolized the path to godhood. Under Mr. Fool's brilliance, we will one day become a top and most powerful secret faction. I wonder if there are any cards of blasphemy hidden in other bookmarks. Audrey controlled her excitement and let the maid spread the napkin for her with longing and pride. She turned her gaze and looked at Earl Hall, who had the habit of reading the newspaper while eating breakfast. "Dad, is there any news worth paying attention to today?" Earl Hall sighed and said, "That devil has killed another innocent person. The devil has killed another innocent person. This is the 12th time. The victim was a fashion designer who had just become famous. She had been a street girl a few times because she was too poor to support herself, but she had already encountered such a horrible thing. Fortunately, there are witnesses this time. Someone witnessed the scene of the devil committing the murder. He was terrified and kept shouting murder and help on the street. I have to say that his cries for help had a pretty good effect. The devil didn't chase after him. The police have used this to lock onto the suspect and are now frantically searching for him." Audrey drew the crimson moon on her chest again. "May their operation succeed. Dad, from what you just described, it really was a terrifying and funny scene. I hope that the witness doesn't have nightmares because of this." And on the same night, Mr. Fool's Adorer took away the cards of blasphemy from the heavily protected museum without alerting anyone. Audrey added in her heart longingly as she filled in some details herself. "In the Royal Museum, in the restored study. Are you sure that only 2 bookmarks were stolen?" Machinery Hive Mind's captain, Max Livermore, asked his team members. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the important figure standing in front of the desk with his back facing him. It was an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He was the person in charge of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Bakelin Diocese, a member of the Divine Synod, Archbishop Hormickheighton. This important figure wasn't only a clergyman, but he was also a very famous scientist, an honorary professor of physics at the University of Bakeland. Yes, only those 2 bookmarks were stolen. The team member who was questioned answered with certainty. Max nodded slightly and looked at Hormickheighton. After thinking for a moment, he asked, after some deliberation, after some thought, he deliberated and asked, "Your Grace, after the museum closed yesterday evening, some noble children came to visit. They touched some of the exhibits, including one of the 2 stolen bookmarks. Do you need them to cooperate with the investigation?" "I'm aware of this matter." Hormick turned around with his hands hanging naturally and said calmly, "I've already confirmed that those noble children have nothing to do with the thief who stole the bookmarks. There's no need for them to cooperate with the investigation." "Yes, Your Grace." Max didn't find anything wrong with it. Not to mention that Archbishop Haydn had enough mysticism knowledge and various Beyonder skills to confirm it. Hormick had a very gentle and benevolent face, and at that moment, he similarly didn't show the slightest bit of anger. He looked around and said, "And there was more than one person here last night. At least 2 of them were divided into 2 opposing sides. One of them might even have a higher sequence than me, but the other party strangely escaped. Although I'm unable to restore the entire scene, there are some things that I can still see. Things are more complicated than we imagined." Having said that, he sighed and said, "I also know why they stole the bookmarks. We've been deceived by Roselle for more than 150 years, 3000 pounds. How painful. I've been saving up for so long, but I don't even have 1,000 pounds. However, the card of blasphemy is a priceless treasure that can't be exchanged for with money. Miss Justice's contribution in this matter is definitely worth the price. Thankfully, it's all deducted for what she owes me, reducing the pressure a little. If I were to meet Mr. Aztec in the future, I'll use a high-sequence formula to pay the 15,000 pounds that belongs to the blessed. I wonder what other cards of blasphemy have been disguised as. According to the Emperor's personality, it should be quite unexpected." Klein ended his response and looked at the gray fog sea outside the palace as he sighed silently. Being cautious, he temporarily left the dark Emperor card above the gray fog, on the surface of the long bronze table directly opposite the Fool's seat. Similarly, there was also Aztec's copper whistle. When he returned to the real world, he held another ritual and summoned himself. He threw the sealed artifact that was a combination of being lost and unlucky, which didn't seem to have much negative effects, but it could be fatal in a serious situation. He didn't plan on using it unless necessary. The Master Key is only the relic of an unlucky fellow who had just advanced to Sequence 9, but it actually has a negative effect that even a mid-sequence Beyonder can't weaken. From the looks of it, there were additional factors that caused the apprentice to lose control back then. Hence, there's something unusual about it. With this in mind, my previous decision was right. I have to be careful about exploring 32 Verdi Street south of the bridge. I have to be prepared. Yes, I have to be clear about one thing. The effects of a sealed artifact might not be completely related to the sequence of its owner. I have to consider many factors, such as whether or not it has been corrupted by an evil god. Klein took a shower with the water that had cooled down significantly. He walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed and went downstairs to enjoy the corn pancakes he had bought on the way. This was a specialty of the Fainapotter Kingdom's highlands. It was crispy, fragrant, and sweet. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he ruminated over last night's experience to see if he had left any clues for others. Even with the Master Key, if I'm not a Beyonder, it's impossible for me to escape from a devil. Back then, that mysterious and powerful lady must have confirmed that I wasn't an ordinary private detective. I didn't think of hiding it either. She didn't capture me, which means that she's either an official who has a certain liking for unaffiliated Beyonders, or she doesn't belong to the 3 churches or the military. Yes, I'm inclined to the latter. The former has a high chance of confiscating the Master Key. Sigh. I was in despair back then. I thought that I would be treated as an ordinary Beyonder and imprisoned in the underground of the Church of Steam and Steam. I even began considering how to escape from prison. Who knew that she would leave just like that? Which organization is she from? Or is she unaffiliated? No, for unaffiliated Beyonders to reach such a powerful level, they must have their own organizations. That Devil Hound will definitely use its Beyonder powers to erase any clues related to itself, which naturally includes mine. In the field of mysticism, there's no way to separate them, and it's very likely that it's not appropriate for that lady to be exposed. It seems like the clues I left behind during my escape were also disrupted. As for what happened in the museum, they're looking for a special spirit body, a strange existence. What does that have to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein mocked himself, feeling more and more at ease. Of course, he dared to return home because he had made a divination beforehand, just like how he wasn't afraid that there was a trap in the museum that he couldn't resolve. Phew, this matter has come to an end. What should I do today? Practice my Beyonder powers and go to the Quelag Club to scrounge for food? I wonder if the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have confirmed the murderer. Should I write another letter to Eichinger Stanton and give him a hint? As his thoughts churned, Klein heard someone approaching from outside. Another letter? He opened the door in puzzlement and saw a letter lying in the letterbox. The letter was from Eichinger Stanton. Chapter 327. Returning to the living room, Klein picked up the letter cutter, tore open the seal, and took out the letter from Eichinger Stanton. The famous detective wrote in the letter, "Your idea has helped us greatly. Please allow me to thank you here. After receiving your letter, we immediately organized people to investigate some key areas. As expected, we found the corresponding clues. Many stray animals that often appear nearby and are remembered by the residents have disappeared one after another. During this process, we also noticed something interesting. In the serial murder case 4 years ago, yes, the one where the target was a single prostitute with a child, many people who live around the crime scene mentioned that although the most suspicious youth was unsociable and sinister, he was rather loving towards animals, especially a rather large black dog. After the youth died in a gang fight, the people around never saw the dog again. I'm very curious as to who its current owner is. Is it the murderer of an unsolved serial murder case from even longer ago? The above matters were all proven at the scene of the 12th murder case and played a key role, allowing the police to initially lock onto the suspect. If everything goes smoothly, we will be able to obtain most of the bounty after the criminal is arrested. My friend, I clearly remember your contributions, and I will never forget your share. Eichinger Stanton seems to suspect that I know the truth about the devil, so he deliberately hinted at something. Klein put down the letter and muttered silently. However, this letter also made him feel truly relieved. The official Beyonders didn't find a wrong target. If the giant devil dog didn't receive any other help, it would only be a matter of time before it was captured and killed. As for Eichinger Stanton's speculation that the dog had an owner, Klein lacked sufficient evidence to confirm it. He could only say that there was a certain probability. In short, my mission ends here. Next is the matter of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind teams. Klein took out a brand new piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and replied to Eichinger Stanton with a humble letter. He ignored his subtle hints, just like an ordinary private detective. After cutting another paper figurine and sending the letter out, Klein walked to the public carriage waiting area and thought in a relaxed manner. That's right. Now, I can just wait to collect the money. Leopard said that he would be looking at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition for 3 days in a row. I'll have to wait until Saturday to pay him the final sum. Hopefully, the patent for the bicycle will have been applied for by then. Sigh, Bakelin's patent office doesn't seem to be very efficient. Klein had already thought of today's arrangements. With the Beyonder gathering unable to be held and unable to buy the corresponding items, he was suddenly free. He didn't need to be busy for the time being. I'll go to the Quelag Club in the morning to practice my marksmanship, Beyonder powers, and have lunch there. Then, I'll find a better circus and watch a magician's performance to see if I can get any inspiration. He took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it before boarding the public carriage in a good mood. Hillston Borough, Quelag Club. As Klein came at least twice a week, the attendants all remembered him. There was no need for him to show his proof of membership or his white frost constellation badge. It was Wednesday morning, and most of the members of the Quelag Club belonged to the middle class. They had fixed and rather decent jobs, and it was very difficult for them to come if it wasn't Sunday, annual leave, or afternoon tea. The spacious and bright hall appeared abnormally empty. There were only a few people sitting on the sofa at the coffee table in the corner. Sweeping his gaze over, Klein saw an acquaintance, so he went up to greet him. "Talum, the weather is so great today. You should be at the racetrack." The acquaintance was the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont, who had introduced him to the club at the request of Mrs. Mary. He had once brought Klein a business deal, which was to protect the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, when he went to the Golden Rose for an investigation. Talum looked up, touched his short brown curly hair, and smiled. "Oh, honorable detective, what have you been busy with recently? I haven't seen you in a long time." "That's because you haven't been to the club for a few days." Klein smiled as he sat on the sofa beside Talum. "I'm helping the police investigate that serial murder case. Although I might not be able to get anything out of it, the bounty is tempting enough. Besides, establishing a good relationship with the police is very important for us private detectives. I'm just bragging. I'm just an inconspicuous character who has been summoned." He mocked himself inwardly. The members sitting on the sofa behind them were discussing the latest Western Railroad stocks and eastbound plantation stocks under the guidance of a man who appeared to be a stockbroker. Talum didn't have any doubts about Klein's answer. He chuckled and said, "This is indeed something a detective is busy with." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he gradually entered a thoughtful state. Just as Klein was about to bid farewell and head to the underground shooting range, Talum suddenly looked at him. "Mr. Moriarty, can I ask you a question?" "Yes, you can charge a consultation fee. This is free. Also, just call me Sherlock." Klein laughed. Talum nodded slightly and hesitated. "I have a friend who fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. How should I deal with this situation?" Although I've always believed that when asking similar questions, "I have a friend" is equivalent to myself, Talum's emotional color indicates that it's not him. He's in a dilemma, but I can't see any pain. Klein, who had activated his spirit vision, leaned back slightly and clasped his hands together. "I'm sorry, I'm not a psychiatrist, nor am I one of those experts in the newspapers and magazines who specialize in solving emotional problems. My only advice is don't break the law. Hee, this is just a joke. First of all, we have to figure out what shouldn't is. Is there a grudge between their families?" Talum glanced at him and said helplessly, "No, this is not the story of Romeo and Juliet." Upon hearing the other party's answer, an illusory whisper seemed to ring in Klein's ears. "Author, Roselle Gustave. Author, Roselle Gustave. Author, Roselle Gustave." He shook his head and apologized to Grandpa Shaw, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Roselle the Great's work is just too classic. When it comes to love that shouldn't be, I'll think of it." "Then, why shouldn't they be together?" Talum was silent for a few seconds. "I have to keep a secret. Sorry, pretend I never asked." "Keep it a secret? That's a person of great status. Falling in love with someone of the same gender? Falling in love with someone related by blood?" Klein held back his strong curiosity and spread out his hands. "Then I can only give you one more suggestion. Read more best-selling novels like Stormwind Mountain Villa and Love and Jealousy that are full of emotions." Talum's lips quivered a few times before he sighed. "Sigh, this can only be the last resort. In my opinion, the feelings in those best-selling novels don't seem to happen between normal humans." "I think so, too." Klein echoed in agreement. After exchanging glances and a smile with Talum, he got up and headed to the underground shooting range to practice his Beyonder powers. When it was almost noon, he returned to the first floor and headed straight for the buffet cafeteria. He had already noticed that today's limited supply was foie gras fried in red wine, paired with apple slices and butter bread. After taking the food, Klein carried his tray and walked to Talum's table. At that moment, apart from Talum, there was another acquaintance, the Surgeon Allen Series, who had introduced him to the club as a guarantor. Just as he put down the tray, and before he could sit down, Klein suddenly noticed a cane leaning against the famous surgeon's chair. "Allen, what's wrong?" he asked with concern. The tall, thin, and cold-looking Allen, who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, patted his right leg and said, "No, don't mention it. I was really unlucky. I fell down the stairs and suffered a rather serious bone fracture. All I could do was put on a cast to fix it. I'm really unlucky." Klein echoed with a sigh. He cut a piece of foie gras, dipped it in the gravy, and stuffed it into his mouth. The feeling of melting upon contact caused the fragrance of the fat to constantly spread outwards, stimulating every taste bud. "I've been unlucky for a long time." Alan raised his hand, pushed up his glasses, and rubbed his temples. He then looked at Klein, then at Talum, and hesitantly asked, "What's going on?" He hesitantly asked, "Mr. Moriarty, have you what?" Klein looked up and asked. Alan lowered his voice and said, "You're a famous detective. You're a famous detective. You should know a lot of people, right?" "I'm all right." Klein didn't understand what he meant and gave a perfunctory reply. Alan glanced at Talum again and took a deep breath. "Do you know anyone who's like a village witch doctor?" "No, I mean some capable fortune tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. I think my recent bad luck is too abnormal. I know that it's very likely to be fake and a scam, but I can't find any other way to get out of my bad luck. I've tried going to the cathedral to pray, donate, and attend Mass, but to no avail. Some capable fortune tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. You seem to be talking about me." Klein thought and said, "Alan, tell me in detail what happened to you." "Alan, tell me in detail what happened to you." Talum, who was beside him, nodded. "Don't worry. Although I'm a believer of the Lord, I don't reject mysticism." Alan sighed in distress. Many things. For example, I made a mistake during surgery, encountered a steam locomotive accident while traveling, found a thief when I returned home, went to the hospital, and ended up falling down the stairs. "Do you think someone is cursing me?" "Yes, I've heard Alan mention something similar before." Klein frowned slightly. As a former Nighthawk, he easily thought of a sealed artifact from such a description. The misfortune cloth puppet. A similar item? He activated his spirit vision and asked seriously, "Alan, think back carefully. Alan, think about it carefully. Before those unlucky events happened, did you or your family, did your family also encounter unlucky events?" Chapter 328. Klein had wanted to ask if Alan or his family had taken any unusual items, such as dirty rag dolls, before those unlucky incidents happened one after another. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly felt that it was too direct. It could easily expose the fact that he had a good understanding of the mysterious domain. Although this could be explained by the fact that the great detective was very knowledgeable, there was no need to take this risk. So, he changed to a more roundabout way and asked if Dr. Allen's family had also met with misfortune. Hearing his question, Alan Chris carefully thought about it and said no. Apart from encountering the steam train accident with me, they were the same as before. Most of the time, they were neither lucky nor unlucky. The rest of the time, they were both. That's not right. If it's an item like the misfortune cloth puppet that needs to be sealed, it will definitely affect everyone within a certain range. Could it be that Alan dripped his blood on it and established a stable connection? In Klein's spirit vision, Alan's aura and emotional color matched his physical and mental state. There was nothing special about him. He deliberated and asked, "Is there anyone as unlucky as you in the hospital where you work?" "No, so I think I must have been cursed by someone." Alan tugged at his bow tie, looking rather anxious and uneasy. Under Talum's curious gaze, Klein thought for a moment. "Before you were unlucky, did you encounter anything strange, such as cutting yourself?" In folklore, blood is a powerful medium for curses. After I suspected that it was a curse, I confirmed it. In the past 3 months, I haven't bled. Alan pressed his knife and fork and replied with a heavy expression. "That's a little strange. It's not like I could do a complicated divination in front of them." Klein asked again, "What about other strange things?" "Alan, think about it carefully. There must be a reason for this. Have you offended anyone recently? Or have you become an obstacle to others?" Talum echoed with concern. Alan looked down at the food on his plate and fell into deep thought. Klein didn't stay idle either. He finished the food before it became cold and unpalatable. When he began to enjoy the dessert, Alan finally raised his head and said, "I'm not a sociable person. I don't get along well with my colleagues, but it's hard to believe that they would think of a way to curse me. After your reminder, I thought of something. It might be related to mysticism. What is it? Klein and Talum perked up at the same time. Before my streak of bad luck, I was in charge of a patient. It was a child less than 10 years old. He was very pitiful. Due to some problems, he needed to amputate his left leg. Alan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and recalled, I just became a father not long ago, and I'm always full of sympathy for my child's misfortune. Every time I check the ward, I'll chat with him, encourage him, and comfort him. After a pause, Alan spoke more smoothly. I remember that it was the day before his surgery. I specially went to the ward to look for him. He was indeed rather uneasy and was playing tarot cards. This was something he brought with him when he was admitted to the hospital. He didn't even allow his family to take it away. In order to make him relax, I played tarot divination with him. At that time, I flipped over a card. It was the reversed wheel of fortune. That child looked at me and said with a pure and innocent smile, Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse. Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse. Talon took a deep breath and said, Why do I feel that such a scene and such words make my body feel a little cold? That child later died on the operating table. Alan shook his head and said, The surgery was very successful. That surgery was very successful. Not long after, he was discharged from the hospital. He even thanked me. That's why I've never doubted this matter. But now that I think about it, I realize that this is the only time I've come into contact with an item involving mysticism in the past 2 months. No matter what, whether it's useful or not, tarot cards are ultimately used for divination. At some point in time, a brass coin had appeared in Klein's hand. It was jumping and rolling at his fingertips, as though symbolizing the analysis process of a famous detective. The coin bounced up and fell into his palm. Klein glanced at it from the corner of his eye and ended his thought. What's the child's name? Where does he live? Alan answered without hesitation. His name is Septon. His name is Septon. As for where he lives, I don't remember. Mr. Detective, what's your suggestion? Do you know any experts in mysticism? Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and smiled under Alan and Talum's expectant gazes. My suggestion is to go to the cathedral of the deity you believe in and describe your recent misfortune to the bishop. Then, ask him if he has a solution. Alan, I remember that you're a believer of the Evernight goddess, right? He almost called out the goddess, but thankfully, he remembered in time that his current identity was that of a detective who believed in the god of steam and machinery. But my prayers to the goddess, my participation in Mass, and my donations of money and items were all useless. I think we still need to find some capable fortune tellers. Alan didn't agree with Detective Moriarty's suggestion. Talum nodded in agreement. That's right. The deities don't care if you're lucky or unlucky. Being lucky is a blessing, and being unlucky is a test. My friend, your faith isn't pious. Be careful that the Lord of Storms strikes you with lightning. Klein looked at the two of them and smiled. This suggestion is based on very simple logic. If, and I'm saying if, there's really a useful and effective mysticism in this world, then the ones who are best at it are definitely the 7 Orthodox churches. Otherwise, they would have long been replaced by other factions that have grasped mysticism. If there's no such thing as true mysticism, then finding a fortune teller or a witch doctor won't help me in any way. I might as well see if a bishop with a higher status has any solutions. Alan carefully analyzed the situation and finally nodded. That makes sense. Perhaps I need the bishop to help me convey the message so that the goddess will protect me. No, to be precise, the Nighthawks will only notice your abnormality with the bishop's message. Klein retorted inwardly. He had no intention of helping Alan, because to solve the problem of his luck, apart from finding the root of everything, he definitely had to set up a certain ritual. Ignoring the fact that Klein didn't know the true luck enhancement ritual, even if he did, he would expose the fact that he had beyonder powers in front of unfamiliar people because of the ritual. It would increase the risk for no reason. Since I can get the Nighthawks to do it, there's no need for me to do it myself. I just don't know if the problem comes from the boy or the tarot cards in his hand. If it's the latter, then it might be a sealed artifact that's rather suitable for me. What a pity. Klein shook his head silently, suppressing the greed and other emotions that surged to the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Alan had already made up his mind. Looking at Klein, he smirked and said, "Thank you, Mr. Moriarty." "Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Although you don't know much about mysticism, you relied on strict logic to give the best suggestion." "Yes, I don't know mysticism." Klein smiled. "Just call me Sherlock." "Alan." Ever since I'm no longer a Nighthawk, the composition of my mysticism knowledge has become stranger and stranger. On one hand, I've grasped many secrets related to high-sequence deities, and, on the other hand, I only know relatively basic ritualistic magic. For the more complicated ones, I only know sacrificial and bestowment rituals. As for charms, I've been stuck at 3 types for a long period of time." Klein sighed inwardly, feeling that he urgently needed a more comprehensive and in-depth book on mysticism. As for being able to separate the knowledge of an evil god's mental corruption from a beyonder characteristic, he didn't have any clues at the moment. After a short lunch break at the club, Klein took a public carriage and arrived at the Rice Circus near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. It wasn't a festival, nor was a holiday. There weren't many guests in the circus, and the clowns who were in charge of entertaining and amusing the crowd appeared listless. After passing through the divination hut and the tents that sold pies, pancakes, fruit pies, and alcoholic beverages, Klein walked along the periphery of the circus and found a small theater. The blackboard at the entrance stated that there would be 4 performances a day, each 1 hour, during non-holidays. The first performance in the afternoon was at 2 o'clock, and it had just begun. After buying a ticket, Klein entered the theater and heard cheers. At that moment, a beast tamer was on the stage with a whip in hand, ordering a black bear to perform in a charmingly naive manner. Beside him was a tiger with yellow and black stripes, and sitting on it was a baboon with deep curly fur. "Pah!" As the beast tamer lashed out with his whip, the black bear clumsily somersaulted. "I say, this fellow wanted to slap you just now." At the front of the rows of seats, someone suddenly shouted loudly, immediately drawing laughter from the small number of audience members in the venue. They thought that this was a new way for the circus to amuse people. However, Klein didn't think so, because he realized that the beast tamer's emotional colors were leaning toward anger and annoyance. He smiled, walked to the first row, and sat down to enjoy the performance on the stage so that he wouldn't feel guilty for the tickets. At that moment, the person who had just spoken shouted again, "That tiger wants to bite your neck off. That tiger wants to bite off your neck, and that curly-haired baboon wants to grab you and use you as a cushion." Amidst the laughter of the audience, the beast tamer's actions clearly stiffened. Although those words sound like they're trying to cause trouble, why do I hear a hint of warning in them? Klein turned his head to look at the person who had spoken in the same row as him and realized that it was a round-faced man in his 30s. "This tone, this method, is a little familiar," Klein muttered silently. Chapter 329. Inside the Rice Circus's small theater. As long as it felt familiar, it wasn't a problem for a seer not to recall it. Klein nudged the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, leaned back slightly, and muttered a few words almost silently. Following that, he pretended to close his eyes for more than 10 seconds. But in fact, with the help of cogitation, he quickly fell asleep and received a notification from the dream. It was a rather dim room. There was only one candle flickering on the coffee table. The people sitting around were all wearing black hooded robes and iron masks that only covered the upper half of their faces. After deliberately rubbing his eyebrows, Klein opened his eyes and continued watching the beast-taming performance. He had already interpreted the revelation and understood the source of the sense of familiarity. The scene in the dream was the Beyonder gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. There was an apothecary who also had a chubby face. He liked to use sarcasm to remind others. He was clearly a kind-hearted fellow, but he always gave people the feeling that he deserved a beating. Could it be that apothecary? It doesn't seem like it. When did he know how to tame beasts? According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the spirit vision of an apothecary isn't like the seer pathway, which can distinguish the color of emotions in detail. Yes, they do have their own specialties when it comes to aura colors. Klein's thoughts slowly dispersed, but it didn't affect him from enjoying the performance on stage. In his spirit vision, the black bear, tiger, and curly-haired baboon's emotional colors were indeed unstable. With a certain degree of stimulation, it was very likely that they would explode on the spot. This also indirectly confirmed that the chubby man who had just spoken wasn't causing trouble. He seemed to be able to read the thoughts of the three animals and understand their impulses. With his reminder, even though the beast tamer was enraged and his expression darkened, he still instinctively softened his movements and became much more careful. The performance ended smoothly. After that, there was a simple but comical play. Magicians only came up to perform after it was over. The magician was wearing a tuxedo, a bow tie of the same color, and a tall and big top hat. As soon as he came up, he spewed fire from his mouth, which immediately caused the audience in the venue to cheer and applaud. It's a very simple technique. Klein, who had excellent eyesight and had watched many magic teaching programs, understood the key with just a glance. Following that, the magicians performed the classic tricks of escaping from the lockbox, taking off the hat and flying pigeons, taking out flowers, card tricks, and so on. Klein thought that he could easily see through every trick, but he was surprised to find that at some point, he didn't learn anything at all. His attention was drawn to the part that the magician wanted, and he neglected the key details. He clearly doesn't have any beyonder powers, but his techniques are still able to fool my eyes. Yes, the key is his grasp of attention. Magicians' second rule is to fully divert the target's attention to achieve the desired effect. Klein made a guess in his heart, but he didn't know if it was right or wrong. This would require feedback through acting. At this moment, the performance of the magicians came to an end. The audience did not hesitate to give them warm applause and cheers. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak in the afternoon. Haha, the third rule. Magicians' performance needs to be applauded by the audience. Klein muttered to himself in a half-joking and half-guessing manner. After 3 o'clock, he tugged at the collar of his black double-breasted frock coat, got up, and left the small theater. He didn't attempt to make contact with the chubby man who was suspected to be an apothecary. All he did was secretly memorize his appearance. If he were to rashly strike up a conversation with him, it might result in an extreme reaction. Riding a track public carriage, Klein returned to Minsk Street. The carriage was divided into 2 levels, with passengers sitting on each level. As usual, Klein chose a seat on the bottom level by the window. The carriage stopped for a while, and with his eyes half closed, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate as he recalled the inspiration he had just received. He became clear-headed and rational, as though he had been forcefully invaded by someone in a dream or had his spirit directly channeled. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was no longer in the real world. With his rich experience, he pretended to be nonchalant. He looked around and found that the gentleman in a tuxedo and top hat on his left was still flipping through the newspaper. A woman in a light blue dress with 2 children was scolding disobedient troublemakers. Beside her, there were people chewing on bread and drinking tea. Everything was the same as before. However, in Klein's spirit vision, these passengers didn't emit the corresponding aura or emotional colors. They don't have ether bodies. They're clearly talking, eating bread, and reading newspapers, but there's no sign of them being alive. Is this an illusion, or have they suddenly died and are only moving according to the habits they had when they were alive? Klein tried his best to remain calm as he turned his head to look out the window. He saw carriages and pedestrians coming and going on the street. It was still afternoon. However, they don't have any aura. As the carriage moved forward slowly, Klein became more and more solemn. He didn't understand what had happened. He looked down at himself and saw a clear spiritual glow that was completely different from the others around him. At this moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar, one that didn't sound like it came from a human. Klein hurriedly looked up and saw a huge black dog on the street. Its sharp white teeth were stained with traces of blood and rust. It was the giant demon dog that had committed countless murders. The black dog rapidly expanded into a tall devil. It had bat-like wings on its back, and goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew from its head. It looked up at the sky and let out a filthy devil word. Fallen. Almost at the same time it spoke, Klein confirmed that it was real. This was because it had aura and emotional colors. It was emitting a strong, spiritual glow. Along with the howl of the demonic dog, several illusionary pedestrians in the surroundings suddenly exploded, turning into black mist that filled the air and obscured everyone's vision. However, Klein could vaguely see that there were many real people with aura colors in the air and around him. They were using Beyonder powers that emitted a spiritual glow. What's going on? Ordinary people are illusory, but Beyonders are real. Did the Nighthawks and mandated punishers find the gigantic devil dog and use a special sealed artifact to create a combat environment that won't disturb the real world? That sealed artifact only targets Beyonders and is ineffective against ordinary people. So, I just happened to be passing by, and I was unfortunately pulled in. Klein's thoughts raced as he roughly guessed what had happened to him. This is really a baffling disaster. Just as he was feeling wistful, he suddenly heard a scream. It was a shrill scream, a loud scream. The surrounding black gas that blocked his vision suddenly dispersed, and the gigantic devil dog fell heavily to the ground. Its body split into two vertically, and all the light in the air was focused on something, making it look like a pure moon that illuminated the dark environment. The gigantic devil dog tenaciously roared again, and its body suddenly exploded. Using its soul and flesh as fuel, it ignited a flame that soared into the sky that was intertwined with light blue and scarlet. However, the flames lost all their brightness in midair as they were absorbed by the bright moon-like object. It disappeared without a trace, and the gigantic devil dog died, just like that. Not even a speck of it was left. How powerful! Just as Klein was feeling wistful, he suddenly thought of something. Would the official powerhouses discover that there was a wild Beyonder in the carriage he was in, one that was different from the illusory people around him? His heart tightened, and his scalp went numb as he took out a paper figurine. With a shake of his hand, he shook it into himself, a version of himself without any aura or emotions. As for himself, he used the uniqueness of the substitution spell to hide in the shadow of the paper figurine. At this moment, Klein heard a soft snort from the street on the other side of the carriage. This snort was filled with obvious anger and indignation. Who is it? It doesn't sound like the voice of an official Beyonder. Klein was puzzled, but he didn't dare remove the substitution spell and peeked his head out to take a look. Following that, a few gazes swept past him one after another without stopping for too long. When all of this faded, Klein saw cracks appear in the void around him, shattering like glass. Then, the feeling of reality hit him, and he clearly knew that he had returned to the real world. He quietly removed the substitution spell and sat back in his seat. The passengers in the carriage either read the newspapers, nibbled at the bread, or scolded the children. It was no different from before, but in Klein's eyes, they had regained their aura and emotions. In addition, compared to before, the track carriage had clearly moved a distance forward. From the looks of it, in that special battle environment, time and scene are synchronized with reality. If the battle had lasted longer, the carriage might have driven out of the area of influence, leaving me alone there. Alone there? That would have obviously exposed me. Fortunately, Bakeland is the capital of capitals, the land of hope. The three churches have high-sequence Beyonders here. Klein thought with some lingering fear. He originally believed that even if he locked onto the target, the Nighthawks and mandated punishers would need to spend a few days to find the Black Devil Dog. Furthermore, there was a prerequisite. The other party hadn't left Bakeland. This was certain because leaving Bakeland was equivalent to leaving the ritual's range, and the advancement would fail. And to a devil, the negative effects of the ritual's failure would likely cause them, who were struggling on the edge of bloodlust, to lose control. Who knew that in just one night and half a day, the devil dog would be discovered, executed, and purified? It was terrifying. This is Bakeland. This is the true strength of the three churches. A Sequence 6 Beyonder who was about to advance only exposed his identity and left behind an insignificant trace, yet he was quickly found and easily killed. This is a devil that could detect danger ahead of time. It looks like some sealed artifacts happen to restrain this. In the future, I have to be more cautious and careful. Klein felt that he had learned a profound lesson. At this moment, he recalled the strange grunt he had heard. It seems to be the companion of the devil dog, its owner. He actually wasn't discovered. Perhaps the final self-destruction of the devil dog was secretly controlled by him. Of course, it's also possible that he's a member of a secret organization that's dissatisfied with the official Beyonders. Klein suddenly looked at the window opposite the carriage and saw that the passers-by outside were all ordinary. They were either wearing woolen coats, half-top hats, or brightly colored dresses. There was nothing wrong with them. Chapter 330. The wheels pressed against the tracks, and the horses dragged the carriage forward heavily but steadily. Soon, they left the street where nothing had happened. Klein held his cane with a normal expression until the tracked carriage passed 2 stations. Only then did he alight ahead of time. He circled around and slowly returned to the spot where the devil dog had been killed. He wasn't searching for the Beyonder characteristic that the dog had seeped out. It was impossible for the church's top powerhouses to not know of this matter. They must have taken it away long ago. He wasn't investigating the source of the soft grunt either. It had been so long, and there were carriages and people on the streets. How could there be any clues left behind? Even divination wouldn't give him an answer. Klein's goal was to pry into the characteristics of the sealed artifact that could create a strange battle environment from the remaining subtle details around the street, so as to prepare for a possible encounter in the future. This is the acting of a magician. He sighed silently as he walked under the gray sky and along the street that was separated by gas lamps. The reason why he waited 2 stations before getting off and taking a detour back was that he was worried that there would be official Beyonders who were secretly cleaning up the battlefield. He tried his best to avoid meeting them. Dressed decently and holding a cane, Klein, who had a golden watch hanging from his lapel, took a certain amount of time to finally return to the scene of the devil dog's death. However, there were no traces left on the streets. The passers-by clearly didn't know that an intense Beyonder battle had taken place here. That sealed artifact sure is magical. It's even more powerful than large-scale hypnosis. Klein activated his spirit vision and made his footsteps even slower. He was like a gentleman who was out on an outing and not on an errand. It took him more than half an hour to circle the area, but his spirit vision didn't yield anything. There was nothing abnormal about the target street. However, Klein's spiritual perception still sensed something. It was the range and boundary. When I entered the street and left from another direction, I had a subtle, illusory feeling. It was as if I had entered another world from another world. In other words, the sealed artifact's range of influence can reach at least a street. The upper limit is temporarily unknown. Yes, I can also confirm that it only works on Beyonders. Klein stood outside the target street and nodded thoughtfully. Then, he returned again and found a rather high-class coffee shop. He ordered a cup of Southville coffee and sat by the window. As he drank the fragrant liquid, he observed the bustling streets outside. He wanted to see if there would be any other changes as time passed. Unfortunately, what he was looking forward to didn't happen. Of course, he didn't gain anything. At the very least, he confirmed that magicians don't perform unprepared was indeed one of the rules of acting. He felt that the subtle characteristics in his body had been slightly stirred. In the evening, Klein stopped observing and took a public carriage back to Minsk Street. At this moment, the gas lamps on both sides of the road had all been lit up. The blue flames illuminated the slightly wet cement ground and the withered trees along the road. With his cane in hand, Klein passed by Lawyer Jurgen's house and strolled towards Unit 15. As he walked, he suddenly thought of something. The ingredients at home had been used up, so there was no way for him to make dinner when he returned. Should I go to a butcher's shop or a fruit shop, or should I find a restaurant to fill my stomach first? Klein hesitated for a moment and finally decided to slack off tonight and eat ready-made food. Although many of the dishes in this world were relatively simple to make and very fast, to the point where it took an hour to cook and 5 minutes to eat, it still required a certain amount of labor. Furthermore, He had to wash the plates and knives and forks himself. Touching his wallet, Klein turned around and walked in the direction where he remembered there were more restaurants. He once again passed by Lawyer Jurgen's house. Standing behind the open oriel window, Jurgen looked at the confused Detective Moriarty and raised his voice. He raised his voice and said, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your keys again? Or did you drop them?" "Why did he say again?" Klein chuckled in response. "No, I didn't." Jurgen nodded in all seriousness. "Then why don't you come to my place? I'll go back after dinner when it's completely dark." Klein hesitated for a second and smiled. "It would be my honor." When he entered, Brody the black cat was licking its paws in the corner. Jurgen didn't exchange pleasantries and entered the kitchen. After Klein hung up his coat and hat, put away his black cane, he walked into the dining room step by step. The table was already filled with food. There were black steaks and mashed potatoes of the same color. He wasn't surprised. This was the cooking style of Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother, Mrs. Doris, when she got older. It didn't look good, but it was delicious enough. "She's a chef." Klein sat opposite Jurgen and greeted him with a smile. "Are you preparing to eat?" "Yes, I'm used to looking at the scenery outside before eating, allowing my thoughts to spread without boundaries." Jurgen laid out his napkin and picked up his knife and fork. Klein looked around in puzzlement. "Where's Mrs. Doris?" Jurgen sighed and replied solemnly, "The weather is getting colder and colder, and her old lung problem has reappeared. She has no choice but to stay in the hospital for some time. May God bless her." Klein unskillfully drew the triangular sacred emblem of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery on his chest. Then he cut a piece of steak and forked it, ready to stuff it into his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem and hurriedly said, "That's right." He hurriedly said, "So, you prepared this for dinner?" "Of course, it was done a few minutes ago," Jurgen replied succinctly. "If it's not the work of the chef, Mrs. Doris, then this appearance." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he bit down on the small piece of steak on the silver fork and slowly chewed. He frowned a little and finally forced himself to swallow the food. He forced a smile on his face. "Why did you prepare 2 portions in advance?" "One was to bring to the hospital for my grandmother." Jurgen glanced up at Klein and didn't find anything wrong with it. "I'll prepare another portion later." "So that's how it is." To be polite, Klein secretly took a deep breath and finished the food in front of him in a combat-like manner. By the time he finished eating, Jurgen was still left with less than half of his food. The senior solicitor temporarily put down his knife and fork, picked up the tall glass beside him, and took a sip of red wine. He asked without any expression, "How do you feel? Which dish do you like best? I know there's still a big gap between my grandmother's skills and mine, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Mr. Lawyer, I suspect that in addition to your facial nerve disorder, you also have a problem with your sense of taste. Can't you recognize yourself correctly?" Klein pursed his lips into a smile and moved his head left and right. "White bread is not bad. That's from Dodge Bakery." Jurgen buried his head again and finished the rest of the food. After drinking the remaining red wine, he thought for a moment and said, "Detective Moriarty, I would like to entrust you with a task. It's a very simple task." "What?" Klein kept drinking water. "The mashed potatoes were too salty. My grandma will be in the hospital recently. Sometimes I might not come back because of the case, so Brody will have to starve." Jurgen looked at the black cat and said, "I would like you to feed Brody, clean his toilet, and play with him for a while when I'm not back. He likes it best when someone scratches his chin. Well, every night at 10 o'clock, if my house is still dark and there's no light, you can come in for 2 soli each time until my grandma comes home." Klein saw a seemingly gentle expression appear on Jurgen's face, so he curled the corners of his mouth and said, "It's a very simple task with a relatively generous reward. It's a simple mission with a relatively generous reward. I have no reason to reject it." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Brody and smiled at him. Brody the black cat turned around slowly, its back facing him. Klein's smile couldn't help but stiffen on his face. After drinking his fill, Klein bade farewell and left Jurgen's house. He slowly strolled back to his rented house on the streets that were already completely dark. At this moment, people who had finished work had already returned home and were enjoying their dinner. There were very few pedestrians on the road, and there weren't many carriages. It was rather quiet. Walking under the light of the gas lamp, Klein, who had no desire to go back, slowed down. The black shadow beside his feet slowed down as well. When he passed by Sammer's house, he looked through the oriel window and saw the bright lights inside. There were figures walking back and forth, and he could vaguely hear the sounds of conversation and laughter. Next door, 15, Minsk Street was dark and silent. Klein sighed and quickened his pace. He took out the key and opened the door. Before entering, he habitually looked at the mailbox and found another letter lying inside. Who sent it? Klein took out the letter and glanced at it under the light of the street lamp. There's no stamp. The handwriting looks like Eichinger Stanton's. He nodded slightly, closed the door, switched on the light, and opened the letter. In the letter, the great detective Eichinger wrote, "I'm happy to inform you that the murderer has been found and killed on the spot. The police department thinks that our work is worth at least half of the reward. They should be able to send it to me this week. At that time, I will invite you and other friends to come over and share the reward." Eichinger received the news so quickly. He has a deep relationship with the Bakelin Police Department. There's no stamp, which means that he got someone to deliver it directly. The postal system in the Kingdom of Rouen isn't that efficient. How can a letter that was sent in the afternoon arrive at night? Klein exhaled, put down the letter, and prepared to change his clothes and head out. With the serial murders solved, the situation in Bakelin eased. He could attempt to do something. For example, go to the Brave to find Caspers and contact Merrick to see if this Beyonder who controls zombies and Miss Sharon have any books on mysticism. If I'm not wrong, they should be defectors from Rose School. They used to be part of an official organization, so they definitely know a lot of mysticism knowledge. And now, I have enough money to buy them. Klein touched his wallet and thought with some anticipation. Chapter 331. Bakelin Bridge Area, the Brave. Klein pressed the cap on his head and carefully protected the wallet in the inside pocket of his grayish-blue worker's jacket. He bypassed the drinkers around the boxing ring and went straight to the bar counter. On the way, he looked around and did not see the black market weapons dealer, Kaspers Kalinin. They're either playing cards or billiards. Klein nodded to himself and sat in front of the bar counter. Half and half. He had seen someone drink this kind of alcoholic drink before, and he felt that it should be quite to his liking. At the very least, it's more suitable than pure malt beer. Klein thought to himself. The bartender looked up at him. Which two wines do you want to mix? Different choices have different prices. Normal is fine. The man Klein met last time was using the worst kind. The whole half and half cup only cost 2.5 pence. 4.5 pence. When the bartender saw Klein place the brass coins on the bar, he turned back to mix the drinks and said, "Looking for Caspers again. He's not here anymore. His business was robbed." Huh? Klein didn't expect to receive such an answer. Before the bartender could reply, a man with a protruding mouth beside him laughed. "Yes, Caspers was chased away by us. How can a crippled old man like him do this kind of business? If there's anything you want, just come find us. Find our boss." Gang conflict? Klein subconsciously thought of this and was about to reject the other party's proposal. But soon after, he thought of another possibility. Could it be that Rose School deliberately hired gangs to suppress Caspers and force out Merrick and Sharon, who were backing him, so that they would take the initiative to jump into the trap? The probability isn't low. Caspers has been a black market weapons dealer here for a long time. He's definitely not someone who can be chased away easily. Some time ago, due to the continuous serial murders, the atmosphere in Bakelin was rather tense. Rose School or other secret factions, in short, people who are looking for Merrick and Sharon, definitely wouldn't dare to rashly kill and channel the spirits to obtain answers. This would cause many murders because they clearly only have a few suspects. For the time being, they can't confirm who has the means to contact Miss Sharon and Merrick. Klein swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He changed the topic and asked, "Can I know the price first before deciding whether to buy it?" He planned to observe the ordinary people who dominated the Brave black market. If he found any problems, he could use this as a favor to Casper's, Sharon, and Merrick. Anyway, Klein didn't want to have a conflict. He just wanted to follow the normal procedure to observe, so there was no risk. Yes, the only requirement is. The man raised his hand and made a zipping motion in front of his protruding mouth. No problem. As soon as Klein answered, he saw the half and half placed in front of him, and the copper penny was taken away by the bartender. In the spirit of not wasting, he picked up the glass and took a few sips. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. It's not the taste I imagined. The alcohol is too strong, and the grape taste is too light. Klein put down the glass and followed the man to billiard room 3, where Casper's used to stay. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly thought of something. As a person who doesn't know much, I can guess that this is a trap. I wonder how Miss Sharon and Merrick, who have been pursued for a long time, wouldn't know. They definitely won't show themselves. However, Casper's knows more than one Beyonder. He has connections with several Beyonder circles. Perhaps he will find other helpers, and that will make things a little complicated. At this moment, the man with the protruding mouth stopped at the door of the billiard room. The distracted Klein nearly bumped into him. He pointed inside and said, "Don't speak nonsense later. Don't talk nonsense later. Our boss doesn't have a good temper. The entire Bakelin Bridge area plus East District knows about it." "All right." Klein nodded slightly. The man with the protruding mouth turned around in satisfaction and pushed open the billiard room's door. As the door opened, Klein saw a figure floating in midair, gently swaying. It was a burly man with a full beard. There was a rope around his neck. It was a rope that was very tight. His feet were off the ground, and the tip of his tongue was exposed. His face was purple, and his expression was abnormally warped. "Boss!" The man with the protruding mouth shouted in disbelief. Someone took action just as the tense atmosphere in Bakelin disappeared. Klein glanced sideways at the man's subordinate and drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest in all seriousness. "May God rest him in peace. I hope his temper can be cured as a result." The man with the protruding mouth didn't even hear what he was saying. He suddenly shouted, "Boss! Murder! Boss is dead!" Klein took 2 steps back from the loud and shrill voice. He activated his spirit vision and observed the interior. There were no special signs. Only the billiard balls on the table were scattered everywhere. Was it done by a Beyonder on Casper's side? How would the faction that laid the trap react? If there's such a trap, before the gangsters rushed over, Klein quietly changed his position and blended into the crowd. He glanced at the Braves' kitchen and went over in thought. He skillfully went through to the back door. Just as he pushed open the wooden door that wasn't considered heavy, he felt a cold wind that made him shiver. And in the cold wind, there was a faint smell of blood. He listened attentively and didn't hear anything, so he took out a penny and flicked it up. The clanging sound was blocked by the wind. Klein looked down at the copper penny in his palm and confirmed that the king's portrait was facing up. Putting away the coin, he carefully walked in the direction his spiritual perception told him to go. He walked all the way to a dark and gloomy corner without the illumination of the street lamps before the smell of blood suddenly became stronger. With the help of the weak moonlight that penetrated the clouds, Klein took a closer look and nearly gasped. The ground was littered with bloody thighs, calves, feet in leather boots, ribs, hearts, arms, eyeballs, and other human body parts. On the wall was a piece of intestine that was red and white. The background was a large patch of bright red, mixed with milky white marks. Upon seeing this scene, Klein felt like he was looking at a slaughterhouse specially prepared for humans. They're afraid that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have too much free time. They made it so exaggerated that the police department would definitely hand over the case immediately. Klein muttered in his heart to fight against the discomfort caused by the scene. He walked around the area with the blood and approached the opposite wall. He was surprised to find that there were many deep scratches there. It was as if a thick and sharp claw had forcefully dragged it out. They were quite similar to the claws of the devil dog from before. Could there be another one? Could it be that it's not dead yet? No, I know what's going on. Klein suddenly came to a realization. The deceased should be the Beyonder who killed the gang boss in the bar. He was killed by the faction that set up the trap? According to Little Sun's description, I've always suspected that the faction is Rose School because they control the prisoner pathway, which is also the mutant pathway. And one of the mutants is a werewolf. This matches the traces at the scene. This also proves that Miss Sharon and Merrick are defectors from Rose School. Klein calmly retreating from the scene step by step. During this process, he confirmed that there were no Beyonder characteristics at the scene. Of course, it was also possible that they hadn't appeared yet. Then, he turned and walked to another street, intending to find someone to call the police. He didn't want such a scene to frighten the ordinary citizens and make them suspect that some ferocious beast had infiltrated Bakeland. With the mentality of not getting involved in trouble because of his greed, Klein didn't wait for the possible Beyonder characteristics to appear. Just as he reached the exit of the alley, he suddenly saw a brown carriage slowly drive over in the night. The carriage didn't drive straight ahead like the others. Instead, it stopped in front of Klein. Klein narrowed his eyes and prepared for battle. However, neither his spiritual intuition as a seer or his battle premonition as a clown gave him any warning of danger. At this moment, the carriage's window was opened, revealing a pale face with a hint of madness. His brown eyes seemed to hide deep malice. Merrick. Klein recognized him. It was Merrick who controlled zombies, Miss Sharon's companion. Dressed in a white shirt and black vest, Merrick, who didn't seem to be afraid of the cold, pointed at the carriage and gestured for Klein to get in. Klein was momentarily hesitant. He wanted to remove the spirit pendulum on the spot and do a divination. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Merrick. She was wearing a complicated black court dress and a small bonnet of the same color. It was Miss Sharon with light blonde hair and blue eyes. If she wanted to harm me, she could easily do so. She could directly come out from the wall behind me. Klein thought for a moment, then pretended to be carefree and took 2 steps forward. He opened the carriage door and walked in. After he sat down, the carriage began to move slowly. He did not know where it was headed. "Why did you come here?" Sharon asked concisely. Klein answered frankly, "That's right. I want to contact you and ask if there are any books on mysticism. It would be best if they are more in-depth. As you know, I lack such knowledge." Merrick looked over with his eyes that had always been filled with malice. He said in a slightly hoarse and deep voice, "We do have a lot of mysticism knowledge, such as Shaman King Klarman's Book of Secrets, but what can you use to exchange for it? Magus King? Which pathway and sequence is he from?" As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein deliberated over his tone. "I can use gold pounds to exchange for it. Or do you need something else?" The pale but exquisite Sharon looked at him and replied calmly, "Yes, I'm not sure. Exchange it with a favor. Exchange it with a favor." Chapter 332. Help. Klein silently muttered the word, momentarily stumped. Back when Sharon accepted the mission to protect him for 3 days, although it was mainly because of the gold pound, it was very rare for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to be willing to take on such a mission. It could be chanced upon, but it couldn't be forced. Furthermore, Klein was in a state of panic where he was trying his best to save himself, unwilling to let go of even a single strand of straw. To obtain the help of such a powerful Beyonder, even if it was for money, he was still somewhat grateful. However, that was all. He wouldn't rashly intervene in a dangerous matter that he didn't know the inside story or the situation without considering his own strength and situation. Klein's original idea was that the mysticism knowledge from Little Sun could basically be confirmed to be from before the cataclysm. The ancient gods who wielded authority back then didn't seem to overlap with the 7 deities and evil gods of the present. The entire mysticism system was definitely very different from the present. Therefore, even though he knew the details, he didn't dare to rashly attempt it. He had to verify it indirectly to know what could still be used and what could no longer produce any effects. This was just like the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein had clearly figured out the exact process from Sun, but he had to wait for Mr. Aztec's reply before he dared to experiment to prevent any unexpected changes from happening. As for the hanging man, he was a figure at the level of a bishop or captain of a small team in the Church of the Storm. He had grasped and obtained quite a bit of mysticism knowledge. However, the problem was that it was too orthodox and involved too much of the domain of the Lord of Storms. It wasn't necessarily suitable for Klein to use. Not all rituals could be completed by praying to oneself. Furthermore, praying to oneself also had to consider the spiritual burden one could withstand. Due to these factors, Klein cast his gaze towards the former members of the secret organization, Sharon and Merrick. The mysticism knowledge they knew was often more suitable for unaffiliated Beyonders to refer to. Furthermore, there would be quite a bit of unorthodox and bizarre content that was sufficiently effective. Of course, this didn't mean that he would give up on exchanging for relevant information from Sun and the Hanging Man. An ancient remnant, an orthodox one, a secretive one, and an unorthodox one. Only when added together would he have comprehensive and rather deep mysticism knowledge. This was exactly what Klein desired. He had never forgotten that his ultimate goal was to return to Earth. Therefore, the more mysticism knowledge he had, the better. The more comprehensive and in-depth, the better. Of course, the premise of pursuing this goal is to kill Tranquil and successfully avenge Captain and myself. Klein looked at Sharon and Merrick as the corners of his mouth curled up. I need to know what kind of help you need from me before I can consider whether or not to agree. I won't, and it's impossible for me to joke around with my life. Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet, nodded lightly, agreeing with Klein's words. Merrick, who was sitting on the other side, leaned forward and clenched his fist against his mouth. We originally belonged to a rather ancient secret organization. That's what I guessed. Klein maintained a straight and serious expression. That organization was formed in the early 5th epoch. After the Berserk Sea separated the northern and southern continents, it was formed in the southern continent Highlands Kingdom and Perth Kingdom. However, this is only in terms of formation. The origins of this organization can even be traced back to before the 4th epoch, to before the Cataclysm, the Pale Mare continued describing. I know that too. Rose School. It should be traced back to the Mutant King. Klein assumed an attentive posture. Merrick scratched his slightly messy hair and said, "This organization believes in an evil god. This organization believes in an evil god and believes that magic is the science and art of changing things through one's own will. This requires the establishment of a religious ritual system, including order and law. Yes, before the invasion of the northern continent, they were an orthodox organization on the same level as the Church of Death in the Paz Valley and the Star Plateau. At the same time, they believe that their will mainly originates from all kinds of desires. When combined with Beyonder powers, they can accomplish all kinds of inconceivable things. It's precisely because of these ideals that they maintain ancient and bloody sacrificial traditions, including skinning humans, using human pillars, and using children's skulls as ritual objects, allowing a large number of believers to release all kinds of desires in a frenzy. We can't accept those cruel things, but we also believe that there's a huge problem with how they handle desires. Therefore, we found an opportunity to escape the organization. There's a problem with how they handle desires. Klein knew that Rose School was famous for its bloody sacrifices, so he wasn't too curious about the former. The blonde Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, replied with an ethereal voice, "There's a problem with how they handle desires. Their way of doing things is to indulge and burn. Our ideals are repression and temperance. Is that so?" Klein suddenly thought of the description of the prisoner sequence. The body is the cage of the heart, and the world is the cage of the body. Madness is restrained, and desires are repressed. If Rose School really controls the prisoner pathway, then Miss Sharon and the others' ideals are clearly more in line with the requirements of acting. Why can't the other members see this? That shouldn't be the case. He frowned slightly. Upon seeing his reaction, Merrick, who thought that he didn't understand, explained with a slightly hoarse voice. They were influenced by that evil deity. They believe that indulging one's desires can help improve one's will. When many people indulge together, they can influence each other, increasing their fanaticism and pushing their state to its peak. And our point of view is the exact opposite. We believe that desires must be suppressed in one's heart at all times. just like underground flames and magma. Only at the critical moment will it erupt, producing terrifying power. To put it simply, it's the difference between the lust-inducing and abstinence-inducing. The influence caused by that evil deity is a little contrary to the requirements of my own pathway. It feels a little off. Klein thoughtfully asked, so you fled to Bakeland, and now they're chasing after you? The deceased in the alley was involved in this matter. We didn't involve him. He was the one who was implicated because of something else. Merrick refuted the latter guess and tacitly agreed with the former. Then, why didn't you just escape from Bakeland? There's still quite a number of large cities along the mid-seashore coast and Desi Bay in the Kingdom of Rouen. Furthermore, you can go to Intis, Faysac, Fainapotter, Lindbergh, Mason, and other countries. In other words, you have a reason for not leaving Bakeland? What could it be? Klein thought for a moment and said, All right, I roughly understand. All right, I think I understand. What do you need help with? My sequence isn't high, and I don't know any powerful beyonders. It's impossible for me to directly fight that secret organization. After obtaining the sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas of the Seer pathway and killing Lenivus, Klein didn't actually have to stay in Bakeland. There was still a huge gap between him and his next target of vengeance, in Zangwil and sealed artifact 0-08. There was no hope of success in a short period of time, and he didn't even dare approach. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to leave Bakeland. At most, he would feel the pinch that his prepaid rent would go to waste. The reason why Klein stayed in the city was that it had the most beyonders and the most materials and resources. It was the most convenient place for him to advance his sequence, which was in line with the revelation he had received from divination. After I become a faceless and digested, I'll have to make a trip out to the sea in search of mermaids. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, calmly replied, Be our support. Surrounding and killing a sequence 5 beyonder. Klein asked in surprise, That's right. With your strength, that organization only sent a sequence 5 beyonder to pursue you? Could it be that the common trait of cults is that they have no brains? He has a sealed artifact that restrains me. The pale but exquisite Sharon replied calmly without any expression. The person in charge of this matter is indeed a high sequence beyonder. But he was led somewhere else by the clues we deliberately left behind. Merrick added, We don't only have this one stronghold in Bakeland. If we can kill the sequence 5 beyonder in charge of the nearby area and snatch the sealed artifact from him, we can immediately pretend to escape. After that, we won't be too afraid of a normal pursuit. Klein tersely acknowledged. But why do you think I can provide help? I look so weak, and the target is a sequence 5 with a powerful or strange sealed artifact. You're not just a sequence 9. There's something special about you. Sharon looked at him quietly with her blue eyes, her tone very firm. Ha! Klein could only give a dry laugh in response. Sharon's illusory voice sounded again. Furthermore, you have that eye. That eye? Is she referring to the all-black I left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago? Klein nodded slightly and said, But I can only use a little of it. I can't use it too much because it contains the mental corruption of the true creator. That's enough. Sharon's words were always concise. Merrick then added, The sequence 5 beyonder we need to deal with has the same characteristics as Sharon. You or I can help us find him. At this moment, Sharon spoke again. Merrick is the first bait. I'm the second bait, and you're the hunter in charge of solving the problem. I can't guarantee absolute safety, but you're definitely safer than us. That's quite kind, but I have to confirm it with divination before I can believe it. Klein pondered for a few seconds. I need to understand the characteristics of the other party and the corresponding sealed artifact. Only then can I make a decision. Chapter 333. Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress, pursed her pale lips, turned her head to glance at Merrick, and nodded gently. Merrick clasped his hands and said with a hint of madness, You should know of the prisoner pathway, right? Yes, I've heard of it in the Beyonder Circle, Klein answered frankly. Of course, this Beyonder Circle refers to the Nighthawks and Tarot. He sighed inwardly as he added, Of course, this beyonder circle refers to the Nighthawks and Tarot. He sighed inwardly as he added. It was unknown what Merrick recalled as he fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Outside the window, the sound of carriage wheels rolling over the cement road could be heard in a rhythmic manner. He rubbed his messy brown hair and said with a slightly warped face, "Prisoner refers to a person who is locked up in prison. Prisoners refer to people who are locked up in prison. They also represent people whose spirituality and desires are restrained by reason, body, and the world. Beyonders of this sequence have strong bodies and keen senses. They often have a silent appearance and a crazy heart. They have mastered many criminal techniques and are good at using anything they can get their hands on to kill. Its corresponding sequence 8 is lunatic. I don't think you're aware of this, because even the orthodox Beyonder organizations of the 7 churches don't know much about this. That secret organization's control over its members far exceeds your imagination. Those nearly twisted fellows seem to be bound physically and spiritually. It's very difficult to obtain any useful information from them just by relying on mediumship and divination. Sharon and I have been patient and waiting for a long time before we finally found a way to remove the restraint and escape successfully. As the Beyonders of this pathway are cursed and tend to go crazy, we didn't want to join the 7 churches. That would result in us losing our freedom completely, leaving us with nothing. So that's how it is. It's no wonder the Nighthawks don't have much information on them. They don't even have the corresponding Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 for prisoner. That's what I knew back then. Klein replied in enlightenment. I really don't know what happens after prisoner. Merrick did nod. He looked at Klein with his brown eyes and continued. Compared to a prisoner, a lunatic's greatest characteristic is that they can voluntarily sacrifice their rationality and unleash their desires in exchange for strength, allowing them to improve in all aspects. Apart from their minds becoming clouded for a period of time, there aren't too many problems. They might even gain powerful resistance against Beyonder powers that interfere with their thoughts and affect their psyche. To put it simply, if I kill myself first, you won't be able to kill me. Klein couldn't help but think to himself. From this sequence onwards, the curse will gradually appear. It's easy for a lunatic to lose control, Merrick said as his facial muscles twitched. Isn't that obvious? If a person's mental state was in a trough for an extended period of time, or if there were frequent abnormalities, it would be abnormal if the probability of losing control wasn't higher than other Beyonders. Klein had his own understanding of this as he turned his head to glance at Miss Sharon. He found it hard to imagine what she was like during the prisoner and lunatic stages. As for Sharon, she still maintained her ghost-like, ethereal state. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Merrick slowly exhaled. The sequence 7 after that is werewolf. It's beginning to mutate. However, in the eyes of a normal person, the prisoner who goes crazy and a lunatic who easily loses his rationality are actually no different from a mutant. The werewolf is actually only sequence 7. It's a little lower than I expected. Klein's thoughts suddenly wandered. Merrick didn't notice that he was in a daze as he continued. The werewolf is already a complete cursed one. The werewolf is already a complete cursed person. Every time the crimson moon turns round, he will lose most of his rationality and grow black fur all over his body. His desire to kill and bloodthirst will reach its peak. His voice gradually became a little erratic, as though he was recalling the bitter period of time when he had to endure and suppress himself. The werewolf has relatively strong self-recovery abilities, as well as terrifying strength, agility, and speed. His claws and teeth are in no way inferior to Beyonder weapons of the same sequence, and they come with poison. He also knows some darkness-type spells. For example, he can control a target that has been immersed in the werewolf's poison for a period of time and turn the target into a subordinate, turning them into a monster similar to a werewolf. And such monsters often have very short lifespans. After listening to Merrick's explanation, Klein gave a pertinent assessment. At the sequence 7 level, in terms of actual combat strength, the werewolf was considered above average. The werewolf who is unable to suppress his bloodlust and bloodlust on the night of the full moon will become colder and more warped. Gradually, he will lose the feelings that normal humans should have, Merrick added, unable to hide the pride in his tone. It matches Mr. Aztec's description of mutants. Klein subconsciously looked at Miss Sharon again, instinctively imagining her state when she transformed into a werewolf. He almost shivered when he saw the cold look in her eyes. He quickly turned his head away. Merrick subconsciously licked his lips with his tongue. It wasn't the seductive kind, but the kind that gave off a very dangerous feeling. His eyes seemed to lose focus for a moment, as if he was recalling something. After a few seconds, he spoke again. On the corresponding sequence 6, zombie. Zombies. They really look like zombies. No wonder they often play cards with their own kind. So this is also considered a mutant, a real living corpse. Klein thought for a moment. I heard from Caspers that you're not afraid of bullets. Merrick nodded. My body can be as hard as steel. Even if you point a revolver at my head and fire, I will only be stunned at most. You have to hit the same spot at least 5 times to break my defense. And even if it's broken, as long as the head isn't shattered, the other injuries aren't fatal to a zombie. My strength has improved from the foundation of werewolf, and I've grasped a few death-related spells. I can easily awaken corpses, control ghosts, and command them. I can also skillfully use the beyonder powers of coldness and decay. The mutant pathway also has different characteristics for every sequence. There are very few progressive changes. Klein pondered for a moment. Then what about the curse of the zombie? Merrick clenched his teeth slightly and said, I crave the warm blood and fresh flesh of humans. I will crave the warm blood and fresh flesh of humans. This condition will be especially severe during the full moon. The only consolation is that the zombie curse replaced the werewolf curse and the lunatic curse. They do not exist at the same time, and it will be the same in the future. Every time the crimson moon turns round, I'll be in great pain. If I don't give up self-control, I'll be in so much pain that I lose the ability to fight. And if I indulge myself, I'll similarly become less and less human. The risk of losing control is very high. Even normally, I'm constantly fighting against the desires in my heart, fighting against the intense malice. Phew, compared to the beyonders of this pathway, the others are much better. Except for Abyss and Demonis. Klein suddenly had this thought. Merrick paused and glanced at Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet. Sharon opened her mouth and said in an illusory voice, Sequence 5, Wraith. Resentful spirits? There's such a sequence? As expected of the mutant pathway, Klein was first surprised before he felt that it was indeed in line with the characteristic of being able to easily switch between a physical body and a spirit body. Merrick, who had received the hint, added, After you become a wraith, you can transform yourself into a real shadow and gain the corresponding abilities. For example, you can pass through obstacles, hide in mirrors, attack the enemy's soul directly, and jump to most places that can reflect images. And unlike ordinary wraiths, even with spirit vision, it's impossible to discover such shadows without being a high-sequence beyonder. Yes, a wraith also grasps many death-related spells. There are many strange techniques, such as forceful possession, controlling enemies. Her curse is that on the night when the crimson moon turns round, she will either consume a certain number of human souls or become extremely weak. Choosing the former means that she is constantly on the verge of losing control. Without waiting for Klein to speak, the similarly pale Sharon suddenly said, Our target is also a wraith. Our target is also a wraith. The beyonder powers of zombie, werewolf, lunatic, and prisoner will not be lost due to advancement, Merrick emphasized. Sounds like a type that's very effective against me. I'm afraid that pistol bullets won't be effective, and ordinary flames won't be able to cause great damage. To put it simply, I'm afraid of ghosts. Klein felt his heart pound when he heard that. He thought for a few seconds. What's the effect of that sealed item? Why would it restrain you? It actually made you willing to tell me the weakness of your curse. Klein had a rough guess. Merrick replied with a slightly gloomy expression. The cursed item that needs to be sealed is called the Scarlet Lunar Corona. It can create an effect similar to the full moon within a certain range. To those who are already cold and twisted, it's a boost in strength. However, we will become weak and lose our ability to fight. If I were to give up on myself, I'd rather choose death. Merrick growled in a hoarse voice. I didn't expect that a guy like you, who looks a little perverted and cowardly, would actually be someone with perseverance. Yes, it's indeed impressive to be able to persist all the way to a zombie. Klein didn't interrupt as he listened to the subsequent description. The wearer of the scarlet lunar corona is immune to the effects of the full moon, and they will obtain terrifying speed, unimaginable recovery abilities, as well as many powerful darkness-type spells. However, it will gradually make the wearer's blood turn cold and freeze bit by bit. If it isn't stopped in time, or if the blood of a living person is sucked, the wearer will eventually die from all the blood turning into frost. Merrick seemed rather afraid of the sealed item. After he finished speaking, Sharon's blue eyes calmly looked at Klein. There's also Zombie Jason and Werewolf Tyre with Steve. But as long as we can deal with Steve, they won't be a problem. Merrick added. Chapter 334. Very generous conditions. Klein almost couldn't believe his ears. Although the most valuable sealed artifact left behind by a Sequence 5 Beyonder with special and powerful effects was given to him, the rest wasn't bad either. It was impossible for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to only have sealed artifacts from the organization. And as long as even one of the Sequence 6 Zombie and Sequence 7 Werewolf could be kept, it would be a considerable gain. Klein leaned back slightly and pretended to be in deep thought to suppress the sudden greed in his heart. Your conditions are indeed satisfactory, he replied before asking. Who is Shaman King Klarman? What kind of content is recorded in his Book of Secrets? Merrick rubbed his temples and said, Shaman King can refer to a certain high sequence Beyonder. It can also represent an outstanding person who controls the powers of darkness, the moon, bizarreness, and other domains. It's a powerhouse who surpasses his peers. Klarman is the latter, but also the former. He was active in the southern continent in the early 5th epoch. Later, he completely disappeared. Perhaps he was hunted down by the Church of Death or a secret organization, or perhaps he died in an unknown place due to old age. His Book of Secrets includes secret deeds, rituals, alchemy, astrology, symbolism, natural interaction, and other knowledge. Even an ordinary person can become an expert in the field of mysticism if they obtain it. Even without consuming the potion, they can rely on their natural spirituality to complete a small number of extraordinary matters. Yes, the price is that they will gradually become mentally ill. This is a side effect that spirituality can't bear. Sound good? It's exactly what I need. But not only is this mission difficult, there's also a certain amount of trouble afterward. That's a secret organization with more than 1,000 years of history. Klein pondered for a few seconds before choosing to follow his heart's wishes. I hope you can give me some time to consider. This is a very important and dangerous matter. I can't be rash. I'll give you an answer tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Yes, come to my house. You know the address. He looked at Sharon as he said the last sentence. After saying that, he suddenly felt a little nervous and uneasy. She had revealed so much important secret information, and it even involved their latent problems. If I don't agree on the spot, will I be silenced? Or will they follow me closely until I make a decision? Then how am I going to go above the gray fog to divine? Sharon, who was wearing a long black dress, looked at Klein quietly. There was no anger, doubt, or any other emotion in her blue eyes. She suddenly took out a folded piece of paper from a hidden pocket and unfolded it into a rectangle. The paper was orange in color and had many symbols on it, including those that represented the sun. These symbols and labels surrounded an empty area, making people feel warm and secure. As soon as he saw this piece of paper, Klein remembered what it was and felt relieved. This similarly came from Nimblewright Master Rosago. It was a notarial certificate. This was the magical item that belonged to Sharon when they were dividing the spoils of war. The pale and exquisite Sharon handed the notarial certificate to Klein and said succinctly, That's right. Press here. I promise I won't tell anyone what I just heard. Phew. Klein exhaled and nodded solemnly. All right. According to the notification, he took the notarial certificate and pressed his palm on the blank area. Then he deliberated and said, I promise I won't tell anyone what I just learned from Miss Sharon and Mr. Merrick. As he said each word, the symbols and magic labels around the notarial certificate lit up one after another, emitting a bright and warm glow. When everything was over, the light formed a stamp-like image that pressed on Klein's palm, passing through it and covering the empty area. A warm current flashed, and Klein immediately felt a subtle but invisible connection between him and the notarial certificate. Back then, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's simulated powers were indeed that of a notary. He suddenly thought of something from the past. I'm done. Klein handed the notarial certificate back to her. Sharon nodded calmly and didn't say anything else. Her indifferent figure quickly turned incorporeal and disappeared from the carriage. Merrick continued suppressing the malice hidden deep in his eyes as he tapped the wooden board of the carriage with his finger. The carriage immediately came to a slow stop, and the carriage door opened. This is using a zombie to drive the carriage and a shadow as an attendant. It really is Merrick-esque style. With his spirit vision activated, Klein took off his cap in enlightenment, pressed it to his chest, bowed slightly, and jumped out of the carriage. The surroundings were on a secluded street, and several of the gas lamps were broken, but no one had repaired them. Klein first went to the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough before returning to 15 Minsk Street. He pretended to do 2 divinations in the living room. The first time was to see if he should accept the commission, and the second was to see if the commission was dangerous and how dangerous it was. As for the answers he obtained from the divination, he didn't take a careful look at them. This was because Wraith Beyonders of the mutant pathway could transform into spirit bodies and directly come into contact with the spirit world to obtain information. In other words, they were naturally equipped with divination and anti-divination abilities. Therefore, be it Sharon or the target, Steve, they could make Klein receive wrong or deviate from the truth. After finishing the divination, he read the newspapers and books, as usual, and practiced his Beyonder powers in the activity room. Then, he washed up and went to bed. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. At 4:10 in the morning, Klein suddenly woke up and got out of bed. He found some candles, created a wall of spirituality, and secretly held a ritual to summon himself. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, but he wasn't in a hurry to respond to the prayer. Sitting on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, Klein stared at the surface of the long bronze table. He saw the all-black eye, Aztec's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, and the image of Roselle, who was dressed in black and holding a scepter. The corners of his mouth twitched as Klein reached out his right hand and flipped the card of blasphemy so that it was facing down. Out of sight, out of mind. After conjuring pen and paper, he took off the topaz pendant and repeated the 2 divinations from before. The result of the first divination was that the spirit pendant spun in time at a moderate speed. In other words, he should accept the request, but it wasn't necessary. The result of the second divination was that the topaz pendant spun counterclockwise at a faster speed and a greater amplitude. Klein's interpretation was that it was dangerous, rather dangerous, but as long as he dealt with it properly, it wasn't life-threatening. Phew! After pondering for a few seconds, Klein recalled a previous guess. That was perhaps any magician needed to perform. Otherwise, the name of the potion would be magician and not magician. The key to not performing unprepared is both to be prepared and to perform, and this might not only be shown in battle. The 2 hypotheses of diverting the enemy's attention and making the audience cheer also require performance. As long as the method is appropriate, the disguise is done well, and there aren't any problems, it will be very difficult for Rose School to find out that it's me. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Combining the revelations he had obtained from the divination, he quickly made a decision. He leaned back into the fool's high-back chair and looked up at the towering ancient palace and the endless gray fog. He smiled and said, "Then, let's have a grand performance." With that said, he took the all-black eye and Aztec's copper whistle and responded to his prayer. The next day, which was Thursday morning, Klein, who had gone to buy ingredients early, made homemade Potter noodles that were closer to noodles with meat sauce, and went to the mailbox at the door to take out the day's newspaper. As he read the newspaper while eating, he obtained information about the Beyonder gathering from the Bakelin Morning Post. As expected, once the tense situation is alleviated, the gathering begins. Klein smiled and muttered to himself. At 9 o'clock, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. Then he faced the empty living room and the oriel window. "I'm willing to help. The conditions are what you mentioned. But the premise is that you give me a few more days." He paused and said with a smile, "I need to make some preparations." Apart from Klein, there was no one else in the living room. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded. "All right, after you're done with your preparations, go to the bar." In Viscount Glaine's study, Audrey sat on a chair and reached out to help Susie tidy up the hair at the back of her head. She then said to Furs, who was tasting the Ormer wine, and Zio, who was sitting quietly beside her, "Why were you in such a hurry to get me here?" Although this was the first time she was meeting Furs and Zio after the Lenivus incident, she had already paid them through Susie. After joining Astero, Furs doesn't seem to have changed much. She's still lazy and likes to attack Zio, but there's something hidden in her that's completely different. In the past, she would occasionally appear dispirited and melancholic, as though she didn't have much hope for the future. But now this aspect has completely disappeared. Telepathist Audrey smiled faintly on the surface as she calmly observed Miss Magician's condition. Furs drank the rest of the wine and said, "It really is Ormer. It's indeed the most famous wine. It's much better than the ones I've had in the past. The levels are very distinct, and each level has a different feeling." She put down her glass and said, "It really is Ormer. The gathering that might lead to the spectator formula and clues to psychological alchemy is about to be held in the afternoon." "Is that so? Why the rush?" Audrey asked in puzzlement. Furs smiled and explained that serial killer has delayed too much of everyone's work. Furthermore, that place is in the suburbs of the North Borough. The Nighthawks are most relaxed in the afternoon. "Yes." Audrey nodded slightly and didn't ask further. At the same time, she swept her gaze and sighed silently. Compared to the past and present Furs, Zio was a lot quieter. At this moment, Viscount Glaine chuckled. "Audrey, I'll go with you." "Why?" Audrey asked despite knowing the answer. Glaine cleared his throat and said, I've already obtained the apothecary formula. I need to trade for some materials. My family's treasury doesn't have the corresponding to." "Yes, Furs sold it to me for £300. She guaranteed that it's real."